Everybody, welcome to this evening's Board of Education meeting. Before we begin, I'd like to share with the audience that if you are in need of Spanish translation services, we have Lupita here to assist.
Good evening. Buenas tardes. Si alguien necesita servicios de interpretación al español, por favor de hacerme saber. Gracias.
Gracias. Thank you, Lupita. On behalf of the board, we'd like to share a reminder regarding the process for public comments during regular board meetings. For each agendized action, discussion, or information-only item, the board will hear from staff, provide an opportunity for public comment, then hold a board discussion and a vote, if necessary. Public comment on non-agendized items will be heard during item 6, and public comment on closed session items will be heard during item 9. Before the board adjourns into closed session. Public comment is an opportunity for members of the public to comment on items on the board's agenda or otherwise within the board's jurisdiction. To help us organize public comment using this system, if you wish to provide public comment, please complete a speaker card located at the entrance to the meeting room and provide it to the Executive Assistant to the Chief of Human Resources, Chantel Torres, who is assisting in Michelle's absence. Speaker cards for public comment will be accepted prior to the calling for the public comment portion of an agenda item. Okay. I call this meeting to order at 5:35 p.m. I would like to now establish a quorum by roll call vote.
Board President Matt Glazier.
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Jake Codello.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
And then Board Member Rita Patel.
She's not present. Thank you. May I receive a motion to adopt the agenda?
I move to adopt the agenda with the exception of item 4G, Legal Services Agreement, Dennis Wolliver, Kelly Attorneys at Law.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions or discussion? No. Hearing none, we'll roll call vote.
Board President Matt Glazier.
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Jake Codello.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
I notify the audience that the open session will be audio taped, broadcast, and recorded for the district's YouTube channel. If you step to the podium to address the board, please use the microphone so those listening on YouTube can hear. I'll choose Juliet to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise.
Item 2, reports. These are routine status updates regarding campus activities, meeting schedules, and recent developments from our student board representative, our unions, ACT and CSEA, and our superintendent. This evening, we will start with a special report from student representative Juliet Norman.
Thank you. This is the last week of school. Only 2 days left before summer. In the fall, the seniors celebrated the start of their last year together by meeting early in the morning to watch the sunrise. This Sunday evening, they met again to watch the sun set together, which is very poetic and symbolic for the school year. There are lots of fun things happening for the end of the year. A sweet tradition is that seniors go back to their elementary schools to parade in their caps and gowns for the elementary students and for many of their former teachers. That is happening tomorrow morning for Tularcitos, Captain Cooper, and River. For seniors who went to All Saints, they had their parade on May 18th. Last week, seniors also went on a bus trip to Universal Studios for senior grad night. Then on Monday, the high school had their annual Day on the Green with fun and games before they started their finals. At the middle school, 8th graders had an end-of-the-year beach party on Monday and will be treated to brunch at Me Earth on Friday. High school seniors will also have their senior breakfast on Friday, and Captain Cooper will transition into summer this Friday with a tropical day and kickball. Finishing up this year, we have promotion and graduation ceremonies to acknowledge and celebrate milestones everywhere. Carmelo honored the advancement of their students from preschool to kindergarten today. The elementary schools are also celebrating their kindergartners going on to first grade. For 5th graders, Tularcitos had a ceremony today commemorating their transition to middle school. River and Captain Cooper 5th graders will have their ceremonies tomorrow. The middle school is also having its promotion ceremony for 8th graders heading off to high school tomorrow. And on June 5th, we have the final celebrations for achievement within the district, the Carmel Valley High School and Carmel High School graduations. The commencement ceremonies are at 11 a.m. for Carmel Valley High School and 4 p.m. for Carmel High School. Following graduation, seniors can go to the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk for Sober Grad Night, which keeps kids safe on graduation night and is completely free to the students with the help of generous community donations and volunteers. This will be my last board meeting before I graduate. I am excited for you to work with Jasmine Jin next year. Jasmine was elected as the student board representative for the 2026 to 27 school year. She is an outstanding student leader and a kind and wonderful person who I know will do a very impressive job. I want to thank you for allowing me this amazing opportunity. I have been inspired by the extraordinary dedication of the board and our superintendent to serving our district. I am also very appreciative of the members of the community, faculty, staff, parents, and students that have presented their ideas here and worked together to help make the Carmel Unified School District an exceptional environment for students to grow and pursue their dreams. I am so grateful to be a part of this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Juliet. Next, we have ACT reports with President Bill Schreier.
Hello, everybody. Bill Schreier, President, Association of Carmel Teachers. I was debating whether to say something, but I do want to acknowledge Juliet. I mean, just did a great job all year, and I echo what you said about Jasmine. She's going to be a great representative, so well done, ma'am. And while we're on the subject of good news, a few hours ago I sat at the final faculty meeting at the high school. 3 years ago at this time, we did not have a principal. Some of you may remember the disarray that was in place. And now it's incredible because it was the mood in that meeting was so positive. The faculty and staff were very cohesive, and I attribute that, quite frankly, to Libby Duthman, the principal. I think she's killing it up there, and I don't know what kind of feedback loop you all get on that, but you should know she's doing a great job. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Next, we'll go to CSEA President Anna Medina. No comment this evening. Next, we'll go to the Superintendent report with Sharon Ofek.
Thank you so much. As you heard, it's a busy time of year. This past month has been all about recognizing the accomplishments of our students, and as Juliet specified in her comments, starting today, we have all of the promotions and graduations taking place across our campuses to celebrate the achievements of our students. It is in moments like these that we reflect upon all of the hard work that has led to these celebrations being possible. The commitment of everyone in Carmel Unified School District. Teachers, support staff, administrators, community partners, families, students, grandparents, you name it, everybody contributes to Carmel Unified School District's success, and it is what makes these milestones possible. Everyone together through all of the situations and challenges that we find ourselves in, we navigate them with commitment, determination, and resilience. And I'm grateful to everyone who is part of this journey on behalf of our students. I would like especially to call out our Board of Education as well, because they often don't get called out. But I would like to thank them very much for supporting our students, our staff, and our administrators so that we can do the work that we know matters most, which is ensuring our students are engaged in their learning and have the best educational opportunities possible that we can provide for them. It is with hard work through that we see all of these accomplishments take place. And again, they are part of that hard work. In addition to all of the high school seniors who are looking forward to the next phase of their journeys, Carmel Unified School District last week celebrated retirees who dedicated their careers for a combined total of over 1,000 years to shaping the lives of students. We are grateful to them for their service to our students and to our district, and we wish them a very well deserved and fulfilling retirement. And then finally, on behalf of myself and the Board of Education, I would like to thank our student board member, Juliet. Throughout the school year, Juliet, you have been committed to your role and ensuring that the student voice has been heard here at the board level, in this room, in the conversations we have at this dais. You have brought the student perspective on a wide variety of topics, and that added tremendous value to our conversations and strengthened the work of our board. So with that, I am super and amazingly grateful to you for your service. And I, along with the board members who may or may not choose to say something in a minute, am grateful to you for all that you do, and wish you the very best as you continue your studies at Stanford University next year. And on that note, we have a little gift for you. It's become a little bit of a tradition that we started a couple of years ago, but we have a little gift for you to help you get to Stanford a little bit better, a little bit tougher, a little bit decked out in some gear. That's it.
Thank you. Is this your last meeting, or you're not with us?
This is it.
Yeah, it's my last meeting.
Okay, well then I will take the prerogative of the board to make some comments, and my fellow board members should join me as well. You have exemplified leadership and bringing the student voice forward. When you first came on, you said that was important, and you've done just that. You haven't just been a leader, but you've been a model for how to engage in civic discourse. We've had some hard conversations, and you never wavered from bringing forth a very reasonable and very thoughtful perspective. I would go as far to say that you brought the student voice forward that shaped our thinking in a lot of decisions that we were faced with. We could be so lucky to have someone with your focus, your energy, and your commitment to being just and thoughtful in this position. So thank you very much. I have no questions that you're going to be successful at Stanford. You're going to bring what you've learned at Carmel and who you've become in this leadership role forward with you, and you will do us all proud. So thank you very much. It's been an honor and humbling to serve with you, and I look forward to seeing what you do in the future. Thanks, Juliet.
Well, I definitely echo all of Matt's comments, but I really just want you to know how much we appreciate the time, energy, and effort that you put into this. It did not go unnoticed. I appreciated all of your thoughtful questions and the time you spent to really understand, what was on the agenda and the topics at hand. I think, as Matt said, you really exemplify what sort of the essence of a student board member is. So thank you so much for that. And we all wish you the best of luck at Stanford. I have no doubt that you are going to be incredibly successful, and we are so proud of you. And we look forward to seeing you across the stage on Friday.
My turn. I echo everything that was said, and I think, when you serve on a board such as this, you always look for good table mates, because we spend a lot of time right at this table. And every time I look down the line and I see Juliet, you always have a very good smile on your face, and you're here ready to work and committed. And that is something that it doesn't happen often. It doesn't happen a lot. And so to sit here with my colleagues and you has been a real pleasure, and I thank you. Now, Stanford, it's no Cal Poly. But you'll do well there. It'll be fine. I think it'll do well. So, good luck.
Thank you for all the time you spent with us. I know it's not easy to sit here on Wednesday nights and go through all this stuff. You really brought opinions of a diverse group of students with you, whether that was your style or not. It really came across well that you were focused on making sure everybody was represented, and I appreciate that. My hope is after you complete Stanford, you come back and run for this school board and represent your community. You would be the youngest board member at the time, and you would have my vote. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on. Agenda item 3, the consent calendar. The board may bundle a number of items and act upon them together in one motion through the use of a consent calendar. Consent agenda items are routine items deemed to be non-controversial for which board discussion is not anticipated and for which the superintendent recommends approval. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the vote unless any member of the board requests a specific item to be removed. The board will now open up for public comment for agenda item 3, the consent calendar. May I receive a motion to approve item 3, the consent calendar?
I move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Second.
Any discussion or questions? We'll call the vote.
Board President Matt Glacier,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Jake Odello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Agenda item 4, action and discussion items. Agenda item 4A, alternative pathway to a high school diploma with Steve Gonzalez, Director of Special Education, and Julie Ramirez, Program Specialist and School Psychologist.
Okay, thank you for having us tonight and allowing us to present on the alternative pathway to a high school diploma. As an administrator, I just want to say that this is one of the most exciting initiatives and action steps that you can take as an administrator, something that really can directly impact students, our students with the most significant disabilities, and really, show that we as a district are being equitable in our actions. So I really appreciate having the opportunity to share information with you tonight and where we are and where we're going. So if we could go to the next slide. Oh, we have this. So really the question that we want to ask is, why is this important? Why are we engaging and implementing a pathway to a diploma? And really what this is not only a state initiative, that this really allows our students to engage and really to be able to obtain a diploma that really is the same diploma as any other student. And how we do that is really individually looking at the needs of the student, and by looking at the needs of the student, then we're able to really engage them and to allow them to support them, and so that they're able to show their strengths and really show us their capability as they move on to post-secondary employment, post-secondary education, and also training, transition planning, and adult transition planning.
Well, good evening, and thank you, Steve. I'd like to define the alternative pathway for you first. So this was passed at the end of June in 2024 through the California Department of Education, and it became Ed Code. It was established to a specific diploma option for students with significant disabilities, and we'll go into what that looks like. These students must engage in the California Alternative Assessment. That's one criteria. The alternative pathway to diploma is based on the state minimum of 130 credits. It is legally recognized as a high school diploma. So our students are able to walk across the stage on Friday and receive the same diploma as Juliet for the efforts and work that they did. They may use an alternative curriculum that is aligned with state standards, and they may have alternative achievement standards based on their abilities and their special needs. It allows for and promotes inclusive programming for students with significant cognitive disabilities in Carmel Unified. So we're very excited about this. The graduation pathways, if the board approves our proposal this evening, is that at this time we have an A through G diploma that is offered at Carmel High School. It is 240 credits, as you know very well. There's also a state diploma that is 240 credits as well, but it has different course content. The alternative pathway is based on the state minimum, first of all, of 130 state minimum credits, but it doesn't stop there. Students with disabilities can still take part in core general education classes. They can take part in our electives, and they will take part in a lot of community-based instruction, and I'll talk about that in a moment. It still offers as well the certificate of completion for those extenuating circumstances where a student may not be able to earn the alternative path to diploma. So who's eligible? You must have an IEP, an individual education plan, and you must have extensive support needs. You must also qualify for the California Alternative Assessment, and that is a robust conversation that takes place at an IEP. It's not just a checkbox. So it means that the student is taking a different assessment as determined by data by the IEP team. The academic requirements somewhat mirror what we already do in Carmel High. English is 30 credits. It's through standard aligned alternative curriculum. As you can see, math 20, science 20, social studies 30, visual and performing arts or career and technical education, a total of 10. And then, of course, PE through adapted or general ed PE. And then that myriad of electives and community-based instruction that the student would engage in. So we'll go to the next slide, and it's going to talk a little bit about the transition to independence.
Yeah, so transition to independence, when we think about a student with disabilities and as they're transitioning into adulthood as a young adult, they can continue to receive their IEP services depending on the IEP team decision. So just because they're receiving an alternative to pathway to a diploma, this doesn't mean that they cannot then move forward and continue to receive. They can continue to receive their services as they're moving on to also obtain their alternative pathway to a diploma.
So students who are on the alternative pathway may engage with an alternative curriculum, and we've decided to use unique curriculum. But we have students who are also experiencing full inclusion in some of our general education classes at the high school, and they embark on accommodations and modifications with our integrated math and our Common Lit ELA courses. It's just adapted at their level. So the sky's the limit. They can access the curriculum that is appropriate for them based on the data. The continuity of services, as Steve mentioned, is that the students who earn the high school diploma through that alternative pathway, it'll look the same as Juliet's. Their transcripts will reflect the hard work that they completed, and then they can go on until age 22, just as any other special education student who has those extensive support needs. They can maintain access to transition workshops, continue employment and support services. They get a much softer landing to adulthood and lots more employment opportunities. There's also a new program starting at Stanford. You might look at it, Juliet, for students with extensive support needs, and they'll be fully included in the fall. So there is lots of post-secondary happening in our state and around the nation for students with extensive disabilities.
So with that, we thank you for the opportunity again for us to allow us to share with you this exciting initiative, and we'll open it up to any questions and feedback.
Thank you. Are there any requests for public comment on this item?
No, not at this time.
Okay, hearing none, we'll go to the board for discussion, starting with Jason.
I didn't think I was going to have to go first. It's great that we're moving in that direction. My question is what does this look like moving into the workforce? Because there's not always accommodations at the workforce level. I see programs like HOPE out there that are transitioning people into the workforce and offer services for that. But what does it look for trying to mainstream somebody or trying to find positions for them in the real world after we get through school?
Good question.
So one of the things, we're fortunate to have Yvonne Glenn here with us in our district. So she's a partner with us in this initiative as well. And partnering with her, she really has allowed that connection to the workforce beyond the walls of the district. In terms of the adult transition programming, if a student is going above and beyond and continuing to receive the services while they continue to obtain the diploma, alternative diploma, we are looking at programming partnerships with our regional programs that do also have relationships with the community-based businesses, for instance.
Yeah, built into the master schedule that these high schoolers will have will be one period of community-based instruction. So they're going out even as a freshman and starting to learn job skills that are valuable, because you're right. We need to promote transfer to the real world. There's no IEP for the real world, right? So we also team up with Workability. The Department of Rehab is a good sustainable partner. They continue those 4 years in the adult transition program where they really get opportunities. They can even go to MPC. There's different opportunities there. There's a lot more post-secondary opportunities, thankfully, throughout the state of California, but there even need to be more to give students more inclusive opportunities.
Thank you. It's good to hear there's some kind of continuity. Thank you, guys.
Jake?
So is this is this alternative pathway something this is not already in place?
No.
This is something that we're implementing for like next year.
Right, for 26, 27.
Okay.
Right.
And so for students that are in school for the next academic year, will it work like retroactively? So
Yes.
so the students that maybe entered 9th grade in 22, 23, they can take advantage of this as they go on through their next year.
Yes, anyone can be grandfathered from that year on. Yes.
Perfect.
So we have 3 students that will be rising 12th graders, and they'll get to benefit from this next year.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Sarah?
Thank you for an excellent presentation. It was thorough. You actually answered a few of the questions I had. I appreciate the fact that adapted PE is woven in to the credits. So I think that's really exceptional. And just in terms of continuing the discussion around the post-secondary options, how do these students find out about them? So is it working with their counselor? Is it working directly with the person that's working on their IEP? Like, you mentioned a little bit about how there are options, but how do we make sure that they take advantage of them and execute them on their way out?
Yes, and so we are having close conversations with our school counselors, actually at the middle school as well, because we want to make sure that there's alignment in the discussions, and really the discussion starts at the elementary level too. But definitely with the school counselors, so when they're meeting with the parents, as well as the case managers, we've been having ongoing conversations with them throughout the year about this. So that is part of the messaging and the partnership with the families as well.
I think it really is the relationship with the family. We're making those connections just over IEP tables and through sending emails. Hey, would you like to meet this person and talk to this person about post-secondary opportunities for your son or daughter, because he or she's going to be 18 soon. And this is an inclusive program that they could visit for 2 weeks in the summer. Here's a conference you could go to learn about all the things that people with disabilities are doing. So it's just making those connections that we're just beginning.
And we're also looking at additional partnerships and flyers and just messaging with brochures. So we're going to be meeting with families, having parent nights to share with them what it's about.
Yeah.
That's great. I really appreciate sort of how high touch this is. So I look forward to hearing how it's going the start of next year.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This seems like an expansion of inclusivity and equity as a program for the district.
Yes.
That's a good thing.
Yes.
This aligns directly with our strategic plan. Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
And so what we're doing tonight is we're actually adopting this for the implementation in the next school year as far as the board action.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, I think every step of the way that we broaden our ability to be further inclusive, to bring equity throughout the community, is the best possible service we can offer to our community members. So this is great. Thank you so much. And thank you to my board members. Yeah, and asked a lot of questions that I had leading up to it. So I feel informed. I'll go to Juliet.
Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation. I think definitely the adult transition services are definitely something to highlight as you get less and less support as you grow older. And so I think it's important that we continue to foster them and support them as they move on to different stages of their lives. I just, you said that they have to take like an assessment do they take the assessment to make sure that they're eligible for the pathway, for the alternative pathway?
Oh, okay.
Or how does that work?
Sure. So the California Alternative Assessment is the other option to what you take, which is the Smarter Balanced Assessment, or the SBAC. So based on data and information in the IEP team, it's decided early on in the high school career if the student is going to be on the pathway of taking the California Alternative Assessment. And then they get to take that test, which then makes them eligible to do the alternative pathway.
Okay. So what would cause you to suggest the alternative pathway rather than a certificate of completion for students?
She's got great questions. Really good. So we're looking at extensive support needs where a student would require modification and lots of accommodations to access educational benefit. So we look at different eligibilities. We look at different data for that student.
And eligibility specifically in regards to the 13 categories of eligibility for special education. So educational disability.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the
Sure.
questions I have.
Do you have anything to add, Sharon?
I'll just add in that should this be approved this evening, we will be back at the next meeting with proposals for all of the courses that are required and all of the instructional materials and whatnot. So there is a second part to this. It's much more routine and mundane than this actual explanation of what this really is. But the pieces that are required to put this into place will come, will be finalized if the direction tonight is to approve this, and we get to move on and do that. So that's in the background of the item, but wasn't part of the presentation.
Great. If there's no other questions or comments, I would entertain a motion to approve the implementation of the alternative pathway.
I move to approve the implementation of the alternative pathway to high school diploma, ensuring full compliance with state educational mandates and expanding equitable outcomes for students with diverse learning needs.
Second.
Any questions or comments? Hearing none, go to a Go to
Board
a
President Matt Glazier,
yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Jay Codello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Ramenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Rita.
It's not present. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Agenda item 4B is a public hearing, 2026-2027 update to the 2024 to 2027 Local Control Accountability Plan, the LCAP, with Dr. Mary Petty, Deputy Superintendent of Educational Services.
Yes.
I'll move to open a public hearing regarding the 2026-2027 fiscal, no, is this a fiscal year budget, or is this a
No,
different one?
LCAP.
LCAP accountability, it's mixed on mine. Public hearing versus the 26-27 update to the 24-27 local accountability plan, LCAP.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions or comments? This is on voting on opening the hearing. We'll call the question.
Board President Matt Glazier,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Jay Codello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Ramenzi.
Yes.
Okay, this opens the public hearing, and we will now hear from Dr. Mary Petty with the presentation, and then there will be an opportunity for public comment.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Ofek, and the CUSD community who is here this evening. Tonight, I'll be providing an overview of the goals and actions included in the 26-27 Local Control and Accountability Plan, also known as the LCAP. The complete draft, all 100 or so pages, has been attached for you in the agenda item. I will not go into all of those details. Should you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. But tonight, I would also like to remind you before I begin that the CUSD strategic plan, right, is what serves as our roadmap here in CUSD for district improvement while the LCAP will continue to ensure that we are directing our resources and supporting the students who need resources the most through the LCAP plan. Together, these two plans, the strategic plan and the LCAP plan, are closely aligned, and they do work in partnership to advance our district's progress. So just as a reminder, what is the LCAP? Really quickly. It's a 3-year plan. Tonight I bring before you the 3rd year of the 3-year plan. So next year we will have a brand new LCAP. Its focus is to support student outcomes. So we describe goals, actions, services, and expenditures to support students and their positive outcomes that address state and local priorities. And finally, the LCAP addresses targeted supports for our students who need them the most. And we often will refer to students as unduplicated students. And so those students are our English learners, our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, as well as our foster youth. There have been no adjustments to the 3 goals that were laid out 3 years ago. So just as a reminder, goal 1 is that all students engage in challenging, innovative, and relevant learning experiences to prepare them for college, career, and/or global citizenship. Goal 2, all students will achieve personal wellness through supportive and engaging school environments that foster health, happiness, and collaboration between schools and families. And our 3rd goal is that all staff will engage in valuable, high-quality professional learning that assists them in meeting the district's academic and social-emotional goals. There are a continued 7 actions for Goal 1. The culmination of these actions are really tied to costs towards personnel, but there are some costs towards programming as well as assessment platforms. There are a continued 4 actions aligned to Goal 2. Coordinated counseling services, supports for our long-term English learners, how to keep the healthy attendance culture that we have going, as well as the first-generation counselor that was added a few years ago will continue in this goal. And finally, in Goal 3, for our professional learning for our staff, we've actually reduced from 3 action items down to 2. So our first action is to provide teachers and site leaders access to professional learning that will focus on instructional strategies supporting all students really, but particular differentiation strategies for our English learners, our special education students, as well as our socioeconomically disadvantaged students. And then action 2 is going to continue to be aligned to the literacy training that began a few years ago. We have reduced the number of dollars to this action item because the majority of our staff has been trained, but we have left some there because we have new teachers coming on board, as well as some support staff who would like the training. So next steps tonight, obviously we're here for public input for the next 2 weeks actually. We will have approval at the June 17th board meeting. This LCAP has been publicized on the website, as well as we've publicly noticed all of the school sites. So if there is any more feedback or questions or comments, I'm open to any of those. And then after the June 17th meeting, should the LCAP be approved, it will go further to the county for submission and approval. Just so the public is aware, the draft of this LCAP has already also been sent to the county. We don't want to wait until any time later to find out that there's, something amiss in our LCAP, so that has already been done. And then finally, I would just like to say, although I'm responsible for coordinating and writing the LCAP for CUSD, this plan is really truly shaped by the voices of our staff, our parents, and actually we have a lot of students who shape this, this document for our district as well. We also have a lot of community members, mostly our parents, that participate in a lot of DLAC meetings at several of our school sites that I attend, And really, if it wasn't for the feedback that we receive in these meetings, as well as our surveys, we wouldn't really have a pulse on, the just-in-time needs and supports for our students that we do have. So I do want to thank the community for listening and reading to all the email requests for LCAP survey feedback. It was greatly appreciated. And then, finally, Educational Services works with all the departments in our district office, but I do a lot of work with the business office to make sure that the expenditures are aligned correctly. So I would really like to publicly thank Robin and Yvonne Perez for their work, side-by-side partnership in completing this project. Any questions?
Thank you. This is a public hearing. There were no requests for public comment, but are there any comments from the public to participate in the hearing on tonight's LCAP presentation? Seeing or hearing none, we'll go to the comments from the board, starting with Jake.
I have no further comments. Thank you.
Sarah?
I just have a few comments. Thank you, Dr. Petty, for the thorough presentation again. I always appreciate the reminder to the community and even to fellow board members of who the LCAP is really targeted at, right? I think there's always, questions and confusion sort of who this plan is really for. So thank you again for that reminder. I still strongly stand behind the 3 goals of this plan. So thank you also for reiterating those. I think that's incredibly important to remind the public of the goals of the LCAP, and then also how, like you mentioned, that they feed into the strategic plan. So I think the continuum of that is great that we're continuing to repeat that and make that a point of reference. And lastly, I just wanted to echo your sentiment that this plan couldn't be created without the input of so many, specifically the parents and the students, right? So I really appreciate all the effort that goes into involving them and including them and getting their feedback, because without that, this plan probably wouldn't be what it is. So I really appreciate all the effort that goes into that. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd second that. The district is spread out from Captain Cooper in Big Sur all the way out to Tularcitos and everything in between, and that you hit all of the sites and include as much of the widespread community as possible is essential to getting us to a point of really a comprehensive understanding of what the needs of our community are and the specific the population that the LCAP targets by law. So thank you very much. I think you're doing a very great job collecting that, and the result is clear here in the work. That's my comment. Jason?
I have no more comments. Thank you.
Juliet?
Yeah, thank you so much for all your work that you put into this, and for everything that you've done to collect all the data and really get a pulse on what everyone thinks. I just had a question. You said that the goals are like the same. What have been some changes that have been like targeted towards the LCAP that we've had since our last implementation and approval, or like some of the things to support the LCAP, or are there like things that we're planning to that are going to be implemented as well, or anything like that?
I think to answer your question the most succinctly, right, is to say, since it's the 3rd year of the 3-year plan, a lot of the actions are remaining the same. So there's not a whole lot of new wow things happening, but I would say the focus on instruction, right, and student engagement will continue. We've had various work done with contractors, as well as bringing in new curriculum supports to really help differentiate in our classrooms for the different style of learners that we have in our classrooms, because it's pretty diverse. So I think that will continue. There's already so much really good work going on in Carmel that our job is really to continue supporting those who have their boots on the ground, which are our teachers, right, and our principals, our school site staff that are all working day in and day out to ensure that our students are successful and receiving, the best instruction and support that they can. And I think that the LCAP, the way it was written 3 years ago and the way that we've continued to look at that is really going to continue to support the already really good work that's happening. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you.
Thank you. Were there any, Sarah? No. Okay. So this is a public hearing. This concludes the discussion of the board. Can I have a motion to close the hearing if there are no other comments?
I'll make a motion to close the hearing.
I'll second.
For a roll call vote.
Board President Matt Glazier,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Jake Odello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Romenzi.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Petty.
Thank you.
Agenda item 4C, another public hearing, 2026-27 fiscal year proposed budget with Yvonne Perez, Chief Business Official. May I entertain a motion to open the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to open a public hearing regarding the 2026-2027 fiscal year budget.
Is there a second?
Second.
With a roll call vote?
Board President Matt Glazier,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Jake Odello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Romenzi.
Yes.
There were no requests for public comment on this item. Were there any members of the public wishing to speak in this hearing? Hearing none, we'll start with the comments from the staff.
Thank you. Tonight I'm presenting the 26-27 budget report for Carmel Unified. The California Ed Code requires school districts to hold a public hearing on the proposed budget before formally adopting it. So tonight is that public hearing with adoption scheduled for the June 17th board meeting. So I'll walk through the highlights for the full 26-27 budget document, and in your packet, the full SACS forms are included, and a summary report as well. So the adopted budget identifies revenues and projected expenditures from the upcoming fiscal year. In the SACS report, we are required to put the estimated actuals in there. That really does inform our work on the next year's budget, so that's very helpful. So prior to July 1st, the governing board must hold a public hearing, as we just heard. As part of the adoption, the board must certify the district's ability to meet its financial obligations during the current year and the subsequent 2 years. So you will see some information on a multi-year projection in one of the slides. There are 3 possible certifications: positive, qualified, and negative. Based on current projections, we will submit a positive certification, meaning we can meet our financial commitments through 28-29. The budget was prepared using the state standardized account code structure, and we also had guidance from the Monterey County Office of Ed and the School Services of California. So here's a very high overview of the combined general fund. It's not the unrestricted general fund, the combined general fund. And so you can see that revenue for 26-27 is projected at $92.8 million, and this is an increase from the prior year of estimated actuals. You can see estimated actuals information in the table below and the adopted budget next to it. Once again, this is the combined general fund. The ending fund balance is projected at $25.1 million, which represents a 27.05% of expenditures and transfers. The projected net change is a decrease of $131,615. This is due to the timing of restricted dollars. This is common. So our restricted dollars, the timing they come in at a different year, and then they get expended in subsequent years. And so that's what will cause your combined general fund to go into the negative. But this is okay. We expect it. We can account for it, and we can explain it. So we're still in really great financial shape. All right, so under Board Policy 3100, the district maintains 2 reserve components that work together. The first is the Reserve for Economic Uncertainty at 5%, which is above the state minimum of 3%. For 26-27, this is $44.65 million. The second is a board-required reserve, and we calculate that as a percentage between the LCFF entitlement and actual taxes that we receive. So for 26-27, this is calculated at $17.6 million. Together, the board-required reserve is $22.3 million, or 23.96% of expenditures and transfers. So this sits modestly above the statewide average of 22.79%, which School Services of California tracks that and provides that information to us. So we're right in line with other unified districts in the state in terms of our fund balance. The fund balance, these reserves are for specific purposes, and so we designate what those reserves will be used for. Here's the revenue and expenditure breakdown. Revenue is the circular graph there. Most of our revenue comes from the LCFF sources. And on the revenue side, it's 89.3% of the general fund comes from LCFF sources, local control funding formula sources, which for CUSD is mainly made up from our local revenues. State revenue makes up 6.8%, other revenue is 3%, and federal revenue is less than 1%. So how we receive our funding is important, and so the reason that we have such a robust fund balance is important too, the fund balance policy. On the expenditure side, and this is once again the combined general fund, we can see that certificated salaries are the largest category at $32.4 million, followed by employee benefits at $24 million, and classified salaries are $16.7. All right, so this is the multi-year projection of the unrestricted general fund. So I have the 24-25 actuals, the 25-26 estimated actuals in the second column, the proposed budget for 26-27, and then the 2 years out for 28-29 and 29-30. We can see that revenue is projected to grow at a good pace. We anticipated revenues at 5.28%, and that was based on just historical patterns in the district. Expenditures are also growing, and so you can see that the expenditures, once again, if you bump the revenue and the expenditures up against each other, you can see what that looks like. So for the adopted budget, the net increase or decrease is 627, 913. When we go into 27-28 in the multi-year projection, it's 2.8 million, and then in 28-29, we would see a $6 million increase. And this is largely due, we're seeing such big balances because we haven't negotiated those years. So we're putting the revenue with no additional expenditures with our largest expenditure source, which is salaries and benefits. And the ending fund balance, it's important to highlight there. You can see on the ending fund balance, we remain in really great shape with $25.4 million in our unrestricted account, growing to 27.2 and 38.2 in the last year out, in the third year out. I didn't put in the restricted general fund, but I did combine. I once again put a multi-year projection for the combined general fund. In the SACS report and the summary report, that information is in there. So this is the multi-year projection for the combined general fund, and once again, same format there. You can see what that net increase or decrease is going across. And the net increase or decrease going across is showing a negative on the combined general fund, and once again, that is due to our restricted accounts. In our multi-year projections, one of the assumptions we make is that we will fully spend, by the third year out, we'll fully spend all of those restricted funds, which never happens, but that's just kind of a practice that we do there. And you can also see the ending fund balance remains quite good. Here's a slide on the property tax revenue. Just because it's a large portion of our revenue, I like to highlight that. And so on the adopted budget, you can see that going across there, estimated actuals at 77 million, the adopted budget at 80.8 million, and the percentage of what that looks like going across. This is a highlight summary of our other funds. We have 9 other funds that we have to budget for in the district. They're for specific purposes and have to be used for those purposes. And so in this chart, the beginning balance, the revenue, the transfers that are required from the general fund are highlighted, the expenditures, and then we have the total ending fund balance. And so Because we have to contribute to some of these funds, the ending fund balance will always be in a positive or a zero, so that it balances out the fund. So district strengths and achievements, I have those listed there. The district is submitting a positive certification, and there's many districts around us that are not. And so we are on track to meet our financial obligations through this 3-year period. Second, our ending fund balance remains strong at $25.1 million. Our revenue is projected to grow from $80.9 million, up 3.85 or 5% from the prior year. We are projecting no need for short-term borrowing. We are going to watch it closely because depending on what we do with different things, we may need to be in a position where we may need to borrow some funds, and we have to make that decision by about August if we're going to do that. But right now, based on this multi-year, we will be okay. We have $1.7 million cash flow reserves to help us bridge that gap as our cash goes so low in the month of December. All 9 funds are projected, the other 9 funds are projected to end with positive fund balances. And on the program side, we continue to invest meaningfully in our employees with more than $20 million invested in compensation improvements since 2021. Strong fine arts and athletic programs and growing CTE pathway and dual enrollment programs are highlighted in the budget. And we also have high levels of community engagement within CUSD, as you just heard from Mary Petty. There are some challenges that we have to consider always. The pension costs, as you've heard me say before, are always a challenge for school districts, and they still remain that way. They're quite high. The contribution to special ed from the unrestricted general fund continues to increase, but it is what is needed to provide the fair and appropriate education for each of those students. This has grown by more than $1.3 million over the past 2 years, and so I know our special ed department is continually looking at ways to make sure that we are doing it as affordably as we can, and still providing the requirements under a student's IEP. There was an indication in the May revise that additional funding may be allocated for SPED. That is not in the budget. We can't put it in the budget until we know what's going to happen, and so it could be significant. And so what we have to do in August is bring a revise to the board. It's not a formal revise, but we provide an update, 45-day update to the board based on what happens when the governor signs the budget. And so we see some positive things from the May revise, and that's one of them, is that there appears that there will be some additional funding for special ed, which is exciting. They haven't done that in a long time. And then there are some other funds that look like they may be allocated that are very discretionary. We've had some of that discretionary type one-time funding in the past, and so I'm excited to see what that looks like when it actually all gets done at the state level. Facilities continue to age, and the facilities master plan is almost complete. The update to the facilities master plan is almost complete, and so that will require some careful planning and timing on how that would look. The closing thought is one that I've used before, and it remains true. We can afford anything, but we cannot afford everything. So we must prioritize our spending to make the most difference to our students, our staff, and our community. Key budget timeline here is the public hearing is today on June 17th. You will adopt the budget. You won't necessarily hear from me again unless there's some direction from the board. It should not change. And then you'll have the 45-day budget revision if it's necessary. We only do that if there's significant changes, and I'm expecting that there may be some significant changes that would require that update. The unaudited actuals for the current year will come to you in September. And then in the first interim report for the 26-27 in December, and we're starting this whole cycle again. And with that, I would also like to thank some people. I want to thank Robin Voss, the Senior Director of Fiscal Services, who is in our office in the meeting tonight in our audience. She does an incredible job with her team, and you can see the team members' names that are listed there. We also, as Mary Petty mentioned, we also work really closely with that department because the LCAP has to be reflected. The LCAP expenditures have to be reflected in this, and so there's a lot of work that goes into that. And I really appreciated that this year particularly, Mary moved things ahead, and so it really made it more convenient for us to budget with that timeline that she agreed to. So with that concludes my remarks.
Thank you. We're on to discussion from the board, starting with Sarah.
Thank you, Yvonne, for a thorough presentation. Thank you to the team who contributed to all of this. Understanding after hearing this presentation so many times, it's definitely a heavy lift, and I know that you guys are constantly working through these budgets throughout the year. Even though we might not hear from you for a certain number of months, I know all the work that's going on in the background. So thank you again for all your hard work. I do not have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I also don't have any questions. Jason?
I don't have any questions. I just want to thank you and your team for your hard work, and I do enjoy the new format.
Well, thank you.
Good comment. Jake?
I just wanted to talk about some of the key projection assumptions that you use, because you use some enrollment numbers, but then there's also the property tax growth. Can you talk a little bit, and you might have mentioned it, so I apologize, but can you talk a little bit about how you come up with the estimated property tax that we may see in the coming years, because that one's hard to judge, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is probably one of the things I spend a lot of time on, is that property tax projection, because it's such a big component of our budget. And so we have years and years and years of history. And, I just study it to death. I analyze it all over the place. Every year, just drive myself nuts, making sure that we're getting it as good as we can get it. We talk to other people. We talk to the county, the auditor, not the auditor controller, the assessor's office. We're not always successful with that, but we try. And just using that past history of how the tax is growing in our district, it's capped at 2% a year. So we're going to get 2% a year because properties increase in value 2% every year under Prop 13. And so just looking, there's that component, what can we expect on assessed value? And so we keep a history of that, and we keep a history of the collections, and they're not the same. So you have an assessed value, and you have the collections that come in, and the collections are kind of all over the place. And that's what makes it a little more difficult. The assessed value is easier to project, I would say, based on historical trends. The collection pattern is, there was some trend with that a few years ago. It became much more volatile in the past, I would say. In the time since I've been here, it became much more volatile. We're seeing it now in this last year, a little bit of a trend up on those collections. And so it's hard because some years it will be up, some year it will be down significantly. The good thing about it is eventually it all comes in. And so eventually it's all going to get collected, but trying to predict what that looks like from year to year is a little bit challenging, but we do the best that we can. We try not to over-predict or under-predict because we use that information for lots of different reasons. And you asked about something else?
I was just going to piggyback on something you said, which is the volatile nature that we have seen in the collections. And part of that is sometimes due to timing and some extensions that have been provided to folks in the county. Like, for example, a couple of years ago when we had all the flooding and whatnot, extensions were provided to people and collections were erratic in that period of time. We got very worried because of the extension around the cash flow and whatnot. So those types of things that are unpredictable also get factored in to what happens with collections.
And then the COLA assumption for the coming years, is that something that you get from the state, or is that specific to Monterey County or our area, or is that a general? A COLA is a general thing for our state.
Yeah, COLA being the cost of living adjustment. We actually get that from school services, who they get that from different sources to put that out. And so it's generally the Department of Finance. I think they look at that very closely on what the Department of Finance is projecting. Some years ago, when I was doing this years ago, they would often be different than the Department of Finance, and then they've now I would say in the very recent past have started aligning to what the Department of Finance has. And so that's how that COLA is developed, and it's based on all sorts of different factors that I couldn't begin to explain, but we do use it. We do not receive a COLA, but some of our programs receive a COLA. So for example, our special ed, for many years, special ed funding did not receive a COLA from the state, and now it does, because there's a state component of special ed and there's a federal component of special ed. And so in the past few years, they have been providing a COLA to special ed. I mentioned earlier that I'm hopeful that, I do believe that they're going to provide some additional funding for that. And so it applies to, like, the ELOP program will receive a COLA, things like that will receive a COLA, but not every program.
The other question I had is the fund balance and reserve policy. The fund, there's a graph here, the fund balance history, and it looks like it's trending. We've had some ups and down years, but ultimately trending where it's getting lower and lower and lower. Is that, I mean, we're still above our reserves and we're meeting our requirements, which is fine, but the fact that it's getting lower and lower, are we just trying to meet what we say we need to have on hand, or is there a reason that trends down?
It's completely predicated on a formula. So there's a formula that we use, which is for the board, the extra board required reserve. It's the difference between what we would receive in LCFF funding and what we actually receive in local revenue. And it's a difference of that multiplied by 33%. And so it's a formula that I have heard other basic aid districts use. So somebody put this together at some point in time and we use it. And so that's what makes it happen. It's a formula that's applied. And so you will see some differences there.
I got it. Now I see that. So it's the LCFF minus the PTR.
Yes.
And then that's multiplied by the 33%, and so that's where we get those different balances.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, what we're consistent with is applying that formula.
Right. And that's the basic aid school districts use that. That's what's used across
Many
the
of them
state.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
when I've been in meetings that are for basic aid districts, this formula comes up. And so I'm like, that's where it came from. Somebody developed it. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Juliet?
I don't have any questions, but I just wanted to thank you and the team for doing this. And obviously it's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of numbers. It's a lot of research. And so I just wanted to thank all of you for that and for giving us such a reliable and informed budget and then being able to transfer it into a very digestible and very easy to understand presentation for all of us. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
If there's no further comments, I'll entertain a motion to close the hearing
I'll make a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
for a roll call vote.
Board President Matt Glacier,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Jake Dello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 4D, the capital project approval, Tularcitos restroom renovation. We'd like to entertain a motion to discuss this, and then we'll move to the vote after our discussion.
I will go ahead and move to approve the Tularcitos restroom renovation project and the architect contract with HGHB.
Second.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dan.
Okay. This project renovates restrooms that haven't been renovated since 1995. They were originally built in 1952, and this was identified as a developer-free project and placed at the top of the priority list. This will bring it into current code compliance and allow us to continue to serve the students for years to come. And I can answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Were there any requests for public comments?
Not at this time.
Hearing none, we'll go and start with Jason.
I have no questions or comments. Thank you.
Jake?
No comments or questions.
Sarah?
None for me. Thank you.
I also don't have any questions. Juliet?
I have no questions. Thank you for your work.
Okay, thank you. For a roll call vote.
Board President Matt Glacier,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Jake Dello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Thank you. Agenda item 4E, presentation of voter opinion research regarding potential general obligation bond funding with Yvonne Perez, Chief Business Official, and Emily Goodman, Senior Principal with EMC Research, who will be appearing via Zoom.
Yes, thank you. So I'll just introduce this item as part of the board's ongoing evaluation of funding options to address facility needs. Identified in the district's facility master plan, the district engaged EMC Research to conduct a survey of voters within the Carmel Unified School District boundaries. The survey assessed community support for a potential general obligation bond measure, and you'll hear more of that from our presenter tonight. So tonight, Emily Goodman from EMC Research is joining us by Zoom to present the survey methodology, results, and key observations to support the board's continued consideration of facility funding options. I also want to introduce Joy Kumar, who is sitting over there, and she has a couple of slides at the very end of this presentation that we want to make sure she can get up and present that. And Joy Kumar is with Team Civics, who has been our communication consultant as we've gone down this journey. So with that, I will turn it over to Emily Goodman with EMC Research.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne, and good evening, members of the board. Thank you for letting me join you virtually this evening. I am going to walk you through the results of a survey that was recently conducted, and I'll just ask to move to the next slide so I can tell you a little bit about EMC Research. We've actually worked with the Carmel Unified School District since 2020. We've done a couple surveys for you, but EMC Research has been working in California for over 30 years. We help school districts like yours, public agencies, organizations, use data to help inform their strategic decisions, help to give voice to their communities. I'm beaming in from Oakland. I would love to have been with you, but I am a public school parent, and I'm delighted to present the results to you today. Next slide, please. Just a few kind of notes on how the survey was conducted before we get into the actual survey results. We conducted a survey of 400 likely voters in Carmel Unified School District in the middle of May. This was a statistically valid survey that is representative of likely voters in the district. So that means when we look at those who are parents and non-parents, party registration, homeowners versus renters, age, all of those different variables and factors, the 400 people that we talked to in the poll and who completed the survey from start to finish represent and reflect the broader Carmel Unified School District electorate. We're able to compare some results to past research that we have done for you all, a survey last year in June, and then a survey in January of 2020. There were just a couple of questions, and I'll identify which ones so we can show you how trends have shifted or not in the last few years among voters in the district. Next slide, please. So generally speaking, we see that about half of voters in Carmel Unified think that school facilities need more funding. 2/3 agree that maintaining quality schools should be a top priority. So as we think about putting the survey results into context, we're really coming into an electorate that sees a need for additional funding and prioritizes schools. We do see, however, there is some general tax sensitivity, which is pretty typical for what we're seeing all across California and such. We see even so that support for a potential bond measure exceeds where we saw in prior research and also the threshold required for passage, which in this case is 55%. When we ask about specific projects that could be funded by this potential bond measure, we see that voters are really prioritizing those urgent, essential repairs, weatherproofing schools, plumbing, electrical, sewer, things like that. And when we provide additional information about the benefits of the potential bond, we see that that information is compelling to voters, specifically around how the money would be spent properly, locally, and some of those safety improvements that relate to needed repairs throughout the district. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. So just to orient you a little bit on kind of the slide, the question as written is down at the bottom left in gray text. So that's exactly what poll respondents heard or saw depending on how they took the survey, which was offered by phone, by email, by text, all the ways to find people. So they either saw or heard that question text. So in this case, it was asking, as you may know, you live in the Carmel Unified School District, which is the public school system in your area. Would you say that school facilities in Carmel Unified have a great need, for more money, some need, a little need, or no real need? So what we're seeing here is that half of voters in Carmel Unified see that there is at least some need for funding for school facilities. That's 53%, including a fifth who say there's a great need for additional funding for school facilities. We did ask a very similar question back in the 2020 survey, as well as the 2024 survey, where we saw that about a third of voters in the district at that time saw some need for additional funding. The question was worded a little bit different, where we asked about need for funding for schools. In this case, we asked about school facilities. So we see a little bit of a heightened perception of funding, need for additional funding, when we ask about school facilities specifically, relative to where it was back in 2024 and 2020. Next slide, please. We have a couple of attitudinal questions that we asked on a scale of do you agree or disagree statement. And this top cluster of bars asks voters if they believe that maintaining the quality of our schools should be a top priority, even if it means raising taxes. 2/3 of voters agree with that, which is very consistent with the data that we saw back in 2024, where it was 68%. It's 67% total agree today. It was 73% back in January of 2020. That was sort of the before times. The poll was kind of pre-COVID. And then the second cluster of bars there, I would never vote for a tax increase, no matter how it might be used. We actually see 2/3 of voters, or just under 2/3 of voters, disagreeing with that statement. About a third agree. So we see that voters believe that schools are important, they're a priority, even if it means raising taxes, and they're willing to invest. They say that they disagree, that they wouldn't vote against it. Next slide, please. So in the initial ask of a potential measure, what you see here in the gray box was, again, exactly what was presented to poll respondents, to voters. This is written in a legally permissible way, which is like many bond measures are presented to voters across the state, where it provides additional information about what the bond measure could pay for, authorizing $250 million bonds at legal rates, levying $36 per $100,000 of assessed value. So we were explaining the tax rate, how much money would be provided, no money for salaries, exclusively for Carmel Unified School District. We see support today is at 64% yes. That includes 61% of voters who strongly support or say they would definitely vote yes on this measure today, 35% who say that they would vote no on the measure today, so exceeding the 55% threshold required for passage, just a sliver of undecided. So folks are more or less a yes or a no, and we see 64% yes. Next slide, please. Again, just to put a little bit of context behind this initial support question. So what you just saw is on the far right. So the poll question, as we tested a $250 million bond at 64% yes today. In the middle of the slide, you'll see we tested a $190 million bond back in 2024, where we saw support was quite a bit lower, not meeting the 55% threshold required for passage. Actually, a majority opposing the bond at that time. And then back in 2020, again in January of 2020. We saw support kind of a little bit closer to where it is today. So 61% total yes, exceeding the 55% threshold. But then, of course, the political and electoral and worldly environment changed at that point. So we are in a better position today relative to 2024 and 2020. Next slide, please. We have an open-ended question that we asked following the would you vote yes or no on a potential bond measure. So we're just showing you some of these themes that we heard in an open-ended question. So this allowed respondents to either say to the interviewer on the phone or type into a text box if they were taking the survey online, why are they voting for this measure or why are they voting against the measure? And the primary reasons that we saw for voting for the measure was that it was support for education in local schools. We had 27% of respondents who voted for the measure say, this is why I'm supporting it. We also see 25% saying something about school infrastructure repairs and modernization. So some of those items, those projects that were listed in the potential ballot question presented to voters really stuck. This is about modernizing some schools, updating serious and essential repairs. On the other side of that, among the 139 respondents that said that they would vote no on the measure initially, we asked, why would you vote no? Or what's the main reason you would vote no on this measure today? And we see generally kind of the tax attitudes driving some of those opposition votes today. So taxes are already too high, concerns about affordability, and then, you know, less mentions, but still on the map. The school district already has funding. They don't really understand why they're asking for more money, could be using money more effectively. So a plurality of voters who voted no said it was because of that is a tax increase. Next slide, please. So a lot of numbers here, but what we're showing you is that initial vote on a potential bond by some key subgroups. So different buckets or subpopulations of the electorate. The number in parentheses next to each label represents the breakdown or the percent that particular group is of the likely voter electorate in Carmel Unified. So for example, we've got about 55% women that make up the likely voter electorate. Among women, we see that 65% rather are supporting the potential measure. 63% of male voters are supporting the measure. So the kind of key takeaway here, because there's a lot of numbers on this slide, is that with the exception of Republicans who are kind of right on the edge, those who are registered Republicans, we see that the support or the threshold is exceeded among kind of voters across Carmel Unified, including those who say that they are parents or former parents or not parents. We see that kind of regardless if they have kids in Carmel Unified, they're supporting this potential bond measure above the 55% threshold. Next slide, please. So we asked about a handful or a kind of a long list of potential projects that could be funded by the bond. And we're showing, there's a couple slides of this, but these are really the top tier. So this was a scale of 1 to 7, where 7 is an extremely important priority. So a list of items that could be funded, rate each one on a scale of 1 to 7, and they were randomized. So nobody got the same order of items. And what we really see pop is the weatherproofing schools to avoid mold and dry rot, improving student and school safety, replacing decaying water pipes. The other sort of interesting thing here is that when we combine sort of those who say at least a 5, a 6, or a 7 on that 1 to 7 scale, it's pretty overwhelming in terms of how many of these potential projects are top priorities for voters. So we pay attention to how the 7s or those who rated a 7 are coming across. but it's also true that most of these projects are considered priorities for voters across the board. Next slide, please, where I'll show you additional potential projects, even, sort of talking about modernizing outdated classrooms more broadly, or energy efficiency improvements. These are still important to over 55% of voters. So there's kinds of a lot of different things that you could potentially pay for with this bond, and voters are prioritizing a wide array, though some of those kind of essential school safety and kind of leaky roofs and water and weatherproofing and things like that are really, really important to voters. Next slide, please. We also provided some additional information to help present kind of some of the benefits of the potential bond. And again, this was on a scale of 1 to 7, where 1 was not at all convincing and 7 was a very convincing reason to support or vote for the proposed bond measure. And we see again here that all of the additional information that was provided was convincing to over 55% of voters. In the case of the school safety information, where this is going to help kind of add security cameras, public announcement systems, fire alarms, things like that, 72% of voters found that to be a convincing reason to support the measure, including 38% who thought that that was a very convincing reason. So these are certainly compelling to voters, the financial oversight that this is going to be spent locally. It can't be taken away by the state. There's an independent citizens oversight committee. This is also very compelling, just talking about the basic repairs that are needed, desperate need of repair at some of these school facilities. This is all very compelling to voters across the district. Next slide, please. Some additional information that was provided, not as sort of intensely compelling, but still providing some additional information about the potential benefits. When we talk about, what the cost would be, that the average homeowner in the district would pay $720 per year. We see, even though we're talking about the tax and how much it is, it's compelling to over half of voters as a reason when you sort of level set them on what the tax would be and are transparent about that. Next slide. So after we provided additional information about the potential benefits, along with some of those potential projects that could be funded by the bond measure, we see that support remains stable at 63% total yes. So again, exceeding the 55% threshold required for passage. The no goes to 37%. So stays very stable after additional information is provided about what the bond could pay for and some of the benefits. Next slide. We did provide sort of a question toward the end of the survey where we just asked about a potential alternative amount. So instead of a cost of $29, or if it were to cost $29 instead of $36 per $100,000, so a $198 million bond, would you vote yes or no? So the question as asked was a little bit different, but the key takeaway here is that we see support very consistently at kind of 65%, 64 to 65%. So initially, after additional information, and then even after kind of an alternative bond amount, we see very consistent that voters, about 63 to 65% of voters, are supporting the measure today, exceeding the 55% threshold. Next slide, which I think is just a wrap up before I hand it over to Joy. So we see that voters in Carmel Unified do acknowledge the need for urgent repairs. They perceive a need for additional funding for school facilities. They're also willing to raise their taxes potentially to fund those improvements because they prioritize schools. We see that initial support is above the 55% threshold for passage, and so a possible bond measure on the November ballot appears feasible today. And then, of course, however, communication that can focus and identify the urgent need of some of those repairs and upgrades is, and alongside the accountability elements, is certainly recommended. So voters continue to understand the need for the bond and how it will be spent as promised. And I will hand it to Joy, who I can't see, but I assume is hanging at the podium.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good evening. I'm Joy Coomer. I'm one of the partners and principals at Team Civics. We work with school districts around the state of California, helping them specifically with school funding measures. Bonds make up the majority of my work. So following up, excuse me, we did actually work with the district on the informational communications that went out earlier, talking a little bit about the needs facing the school district. We actually saw in the survey that people were responding to this. They were saying that they had heard something about the needs facing the school district, so we definitely received some positive feedback about this. On the inside, we had a letter from the superintendent, and we really put a lot of photos in that really gave people a clear idea of what those needs were and what types of conditions that people might see at the school sites. We also had an opportunity to talk a little bit about why this matters and some of the priorities that were identified in the facilities master plan. So at this time, we were really just trying to help people understand and share communications out with them about the needs at your school sites. As we move forward, we anticipate that we would change our communications a little bit. So I wanted to share with you this timeline and just talk a little bit about the phases, where we are now and what direction we're going. And then, of course, as I finish, you can feel free to ask myself or Emily questions. Jessica worked with us on the survey. So the primary election, in case you didn't know, was last night. We are still having votes being counted from that election, and that one is now behind us. But we are looking ahead to the gubernatorial primary, which is November 3rd of 2026. We have, as you see, there are 4 arrows on the diagram here. The first 3 being blue, that is intentional. Those are things that are permissible activities for a school district to do as you're planning for a potential measure on the ballot. We have just completed the feasibility phase. That was the voter survey that went out. It's a statistically reliable source for you to gauge the interest in your community for a potential measure from voters. We look at that information as well as consider timing, the bond amount potentially, and then the political landscape that we're looking forward to. The next phase that we continue in is that awareness building. So a district can do non-advocacy communications around their plans for a potential ballot measure. So we are not advocating, we are simply providing information to help people understand, and we are receiving information back from the community so that we can hear them, and that can help inform you about whether to move forward with a potential measure. So we are looking at existing communications, including those by the superintendent and other community members. We are looking at doing an additional mailer, also utilizing any social media channels that the district may have. We'll continue to do internal and external communications. It's important that your internal staff are well informed because oftentimes they're the front lines for people who are asked questions at the school site, whether that be parents or community members who are volunteering at their schools. We want to make sure that they have the information internally so that they can help communicate. And then focusing those communications out to the external community and voters at large. Again, part of the process really is seeking that feedback because ultimately that feedback will help you make a decision about whether or not this is right for the district. We'll refine the proposal and define community readiness. Now, I would like to point out under the third arrow, we have ballot resolutions are due to the county by August 7th. So we have some time, but not a lot of time, right? There is this need to move with some urgency? Because in order to qualify for the November ballot, you would have to vote at your regular board meeting, and we have to deliver that resolution to the county by August 7th. That would then put the measure to the voters ultimately to decide on that November ballot. So part of the measure development, the ballot resolution, that will include a project list, the ballot question, which you saw in the survey, just deciding, is there any refinements? Are there any things that we're missing? Again, a lot of the language is very legally required, so we won't have specific changes, but there are some things like projects that we want to make sure, have we identified those critical things that we want to address in that? Then finalize the bond amount and the tax rate. The official proposed vote would be your next board meeting, June 17th. That is your regular meeting. So after our discussion, you will be having the opportunity to look at a potential resolution. Once you vote to place the measure on the ballot, should you decide to move forward with that, the district can still provide information. They can say the board voted. They can say what the needs are. They can talk about the facilities master plan, but you cannot advocate. So we cannot use any district resources to ask people to take a position on the bond measure. Anyone can volunteer to be a part of an independent campaign committee. And that's that fourth arrow there. So the independent campaign committee are what people traditionally think about when they think about these bond elections. But that is a separate activity taken up by a community group where people volunteer their time and their efforts and their funds to do things like lawn signs, whether they do phone banking or door knocking, sending mailers, doing texts. All of that is part of that fourth arrow, the independent campaign committee. So we are focused on those things that are done by the district, those communications, to help you make the best decision that you can during your regular board meetings before that August 7th date. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, that is all I have. So if you have questions of Jessica or I'll stay here, or excuse me, again, Emily, I'll stay here and we can answer those for you.
Thank you very much. Were there any requests for public comment?
Not at this time.
Okay, hearing none, we'll move to board discussion, starting with Jake.
I don't think I have really any questions. I think it's a super interesting survey, and I think it is very telling as to the community sentiment. Oh, I did have a question. I'm sorry. So in here it suggests that there's 61% and 3% leaning towards a grand total of 64% leaning yes on a bond. What's the margin of error, and can you explain that a little bit?
Yes, I'll turn
Sorry.
it to Emily.
My board colleague is telling me I've already missed it.
No, I'm sorry. My apologies. I don't think I actually called that out in the initial slide. So if you don't mind going back to maybe slide 2 or 3. But the short version is with 400 interviews, the margin of error is about plus or minus just under 5 percentage points. So almost, there we go. So that means that if we were to conduct the survey 100 times, 95 times out of 100, the results would be within 4.9% of what they are in this survey. So give or take 4.9.
So you're speaking to a layman. If I'm just a layman, I'm going to ask a layman question. But if the margin of error is around 5%, is that something you can apply that to these results, that somewhere within 5% of, say, 64% is going to be the actual number? 95 out of 100, it'll be within either more by 5
It'll be
or less
within
by
that
5.
range, exactly. So anywhere from 59% yes up to 69% yes.
Yeah, so you look at kind of that 5%, adding it either negatively or positively, and that gives you your range. I will say, having worked with EMC research over the years, including in some of your neighboring school districts, we do see pretty accurate polling results. We can never predict the community, right? Like, we can never predict outside environments that may change, and I just always use COVID as an example. That wasn't reflective in most polls that were conducted because they were conducted pre-COVID. But otherwise, I would say these numbers are very consistent with what we see, assuming that, we again have good communications and a robust campaign committee.
So my other comment is to the initial vote by subgroups. So there's different subgroups here, and I just want to look at this. So on the left-hand side, there's different demographics. Let's take non-CUSD parent or alumni. So our community is made up. I'm assuming that this 43% is what our community is made up of, non-CUSD parent or alumni. But 62% of those people, of the 43%, would be in favor of a bond.
Exactly. Yep, you're reading that right.
Right. So anyway, just general comment, not necessarily a question, but I think it's interesting that in this subgroup you look at the different whether it's you're a renter, a homeowner, and this community makeup, and you look at the different demographics and how over some of these demographic areas overwhelmingly support something like this. So I think that's what popped out to me when I read this. But thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Sarah.
Thank you for the presentation. I had one comment, one question. Thank you for calling out the historical results for context of the survey. I think that's a really important benchmark because we have done this before. So I think for the public and for our community, I think that's really important for us to see the bond measure vote comparison. So thank you for including that for all of us to make sure we're as educated as possible going into this. And then I just had a question. It was more just out of curiosity. If you have the response rates break down by the methodology, I'm just curious if what methodology received greater response rate or which one received lower between phone and email and text. And is there anything, can you extract anything from that data, or is it just sort of what it is when you do these surveys?
That's a great question. I don't have the response rate handy, but I will say that part of the benefit or the goal in offering the survey in what we call a multimodal or mixed mode methodology is that it allows voters to take the survey in the mode in which they are the most comfortable. So someone may get an old-fashioned phone call, and we also might text them, and they prefer to just take the survey over text. They can't take it both. But so in that way, we sort of try to triangulate and find people and then allow us to kind of adapt in how many invitations we're sending and things like that. Because if we are reaching more young people over text, we're going to be sending more invitations over text because we're getting better response rates that way than, for example, sending it over email. So response rates are still, it's hard to find people, hard to reach them. That's why we take a lot of measures to offer it in multiple modes. But it kind of changes based on the individual voter and the mode that they want to conduct the survey in, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes good sense. Thank you so much. That's all I had. Thank you.
I'm curious if there's any way to determine the impact of you mentioned the mailer, and that the mailer had impact on people's questions, but also on their information. Is there any metric that kind of contributes to that, or is it kind of a general sense?
And Emily can also speak to this, but I can say when we talked a little bit about this question here in particular, we called out facilities, and you can see in 2024 and 2020, the great and some need was in the 30%. And of course, again, we didn't word the question exactly the same. We said schools versus school facilities, but we did see a 20% jump here by calling out the facilities. And there were in those opportunities for people, when you saw the people were giving kind of statements, we actually saw when people were saying they vote yes, in this one, Some of the responses were specifically saying they had received something in the mail and it helped them understand. So we, out of sensitivity for people who took the survey, we don't, verbatim present them in public like this, but we did see that actually people were calling it out.
And what's the guidance for a board that is considering resolution and where we are and kind of our timeline in digesting this data and this information at this time?
So ultimately, the goal is to see, is this potential bond measure feasible? And what we are seeing is that it is feasible. It is above the 55%, even when we consider the margin of error. And in fact, support has grown since the last time you did a survey. We hope over the continuing few weeks that we'll continue to get feedback from the community, and that will help inform your decision as we go forward. So far, I have to say the communications have seemed to have been positive and been working. Our plan is to do another mailer and again, repeat some of that messaging. It's not providing new or different information because the information hasn't changed. You have a facilities master plan, you have great needs at your school sites, and we just want to reiterate it because, as we all know, people receive information differently, and we want to make sure that they keep hearing about it so that they understand why you might undertake putting a measure on the ballot. Even within the margin of error, this appears to be feasible. Again, I don't have a crystal ball about what November looks like, but you have great needs. We have a survey that shows that people would be supportive. And I would say, over the next 2 weeks, we continue to ask questions in the community, engage the community in the discussion. And, you have this window of time where you can place a measure on the ballot. If you do not move forward in this election for 2026, I always have to stop and think, what year are we in?
Right.
You would have to wait 2 years. So GO bonds can only be put on the ballot every 2 years. They have to be during a regularly scheduled election. This means you have opportunities in the gubernatorial election year, or you have the opportunity in the presidential election year. So, your needs are not going to change in the next 2 years. And, ultimately, it is a proposal to the community. You as board members are voting to place something on the ballot. Ultimately, it is your voters who will make the decision about whether to move forward with this.
Great. Thank you for that answer.
Can I ask a follow-up question to the flyer?
Of
I'm so
course.
sorry. Can you go to the last slide with the different stages?
Yes.
So when we enter stage 4,
Yes.
that has the signs, the mailers, the digital ads, will there be an additional flyer created? So you just mentioned you're working on another one. Is the one that you're talking about specifically for stage 4? Or since this is all independent, would that group need to create their own outside of what you're doing?
Yeah, so typically, and I'll just use a neighboring district as an example. I've worked for many years for Monterey Peninsula Unified. I worked on their previous bond measures, the last 3. So each time, right, we have done district communications where the district provides information about the need, and then the board ultimately votes and decides whether to move forward. The independent campaign committee has to raise its own budget.
Okay.
I would say 90% of the time that independent campaign committee hires our firm, and we actually help them run, because oftentimes it's volunteers who don't have the experience of running a campaign.
Right.
So we provide that guidance.
Okay.
The district can always provide information. Again, you can always say what your needs are. You can always say we have a facilities master plan. You can always say we voted to put this on the ballot. But you just can't advocate and take a position. So that is a separate step. The communications that we're working on now are just more information
Okay.
Around your facilities master plan, around the needs
Okay.
of the school site, and about the board considering this option so that people can provide additional feedback.
Got it. That's really good context, at least for me on the independent campaign. I don't think that was widely known. So thank you for the clarification.
Jason?
Thank you. All my questions have been answered.
Thank you.
Juliet?
Thank you. I don't have any questions, but this is an amazing presentation. It's definitely a very important step of this, and it's good to see all of the survey data. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was an information-only item, so there's no action to be taken. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Emily, for joining us.
Thank you, Emily.
Agenda item 4F, the first reading of resolution number 26-11, ordering a school bond election on November 3rd, 2026, and authorizing necessary actions in connection therewith, with Yvonne Perez, CBO, Meredith Johnson, attorney at law with DWK and Bond Counsel, Joy Coomer, partner at Team Civics, and Shin Green, principal of East Shore Consulting, who are present. Some are here, some are present. Via Zoom. Do I have a motion to bring this discussion forward?
I'll make a motion to bring this discussion forward.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. No, we'll vote on the adoption.
All right, thank you. We do have Shin Green in the audience, and as we go through this resolution, if you have any questions about anything fiscally, he'll be able to answer that. And Meredith Johnson is on Zoom there at the bottom. I'm going to quickly go through this and then turn it over to Meredith to walk you through the entire resolution, because it's such an important option that you're considering tonight and voting on at the next board meeting. So the resolution before you would order a school bond election on November 3rd, 2026, and it's consolidated with the statewide general election. 3 numbers anchor what the board is being asked to authorize: a maximum bond authorization of $250 million, an estimated tax rate of 36 per 100,000 of assessed value, and a voter approval threshold of 55%. So we'll take a look at each of those things. So the case for placing Measure on the ballot starts with the condition of our facilities. Some of our schools were built in the 1940s and the 1950s, and our oldest dating to 1939. Roofs, plumbing, sewer, gas lines, electrical systems, and HVAC are reaching the end of their useful life. Heating, ventilation, and cooling, sorry. We also have portable classrooms that are past their intended lifespan, and we have buildings on some of our sites that would likely be more costly to repair than to perhaps replace. So the 2019 facilities master plan identified these needs systematically across all the district. You know, that was a large project at that time. And over the past year, Dan Paul has led an update to that plan over the past year to reflect current conditions and priorities. The state of California and our own general fund budget are not sources that we can use for the magnitude of work that needs to be done in the district. What's interesting, though, is that by 2030, all of our sites will be eligible for state matching funds under Prop 2. And so we are working to update our projects and to make sure that we're compliant with all of the Prop 2. And we looked at this a few years ago, and it was estimated at $18 million. So we will have to, whatever projects are eligible under the Prop 2 funding, we would be able to access those funds. And it's typically after the fact, after it's been constructed, that you actually receive the funds. But it goes into future, as you get those funds, it goes into some future projects. So it helps a lot. So the text here in the box on the ballot label, this is what is in the resolution that you have before you tonight. This is what voters will actually see on the November ballot. It was drafted with staff and all of our advisors. So it's an important, you only have 75 words. And those 75 words also have components that are legally required. And so that's where Meredith Johnson comes in, Team Civics, and Shin Green all have experience on what should be there. And so we all worked on this together, and our advisors were very helpful in making sure that we're legally compliant with that. So we're seeing a maximum principal authorization of $250 in the draft resolution you have before you, with a tax rate of 36 per 100,000 of assessed value, and an average annual debt service of approximately $17.7 million, while the bonds are outstanding, and a 55% voter approval threshold is required. So everything that's in there is legally required. We have to have those components in there. The tax rate statement, this summarizes what we've been talking about over the several board meetings. The average annual tax rate is projected at $36 per 100,000. The highest projected rate is also $36. And if you remember, we've talked about we wouldn't sell all of these at once. We would sell it as we needed the money, as we could construct the projects. And so that is called a series, and as those series are sold at different times throughout the life of this, then we would anticipate that the final year that taxes would be collected would be 2053-54. On the bottom slide there, it's a little bit small, but we know that under Ed Code that we can levy up to $60 per 100,000, and we are asking for 36, so well below what we are authorized legally to go to the voters for. I want to emphasize that these figures are projections; they're not commitments. Actual tax rate depends on the timing of bond sales, market interest rates at the time of each sale, and actual assessed valuations over the repayment period. So Shin Green has all sorts of resources he uses and models that he uses to give us the best information that we can in this resolution. So the bond project list is looking a little bit differently than we've put together some detailed lists for you. We're now moving to a more generalized list. And so it's authorized scope of what bond proceeds may fund. This is a deliberate approach. It gives us some flexibility that is needed. It doesn't mean that we don't follow that list, but we become much more broad because it gives us some of that flexibility. The 5 categories on this slide summarize the scope: safety and accessibility, learning environments, utilities and infrastructure, and building systems, and student support. The box on the right lists the district, schools, and sites where this work may be performed. So that's in the resolution as well. Dan Paul, Sharon Ovick, and our team and our advisors developed the categories and underlying project recommendations that are in the resolution. You've been hearing about this pretty consistently, that there's required taxpayer safeguards. Under Prop 39, we are required to have specific accountability measures, and the resolution incorporates all of them. An independent citizens oversight committee would be appointed within 60 days of the election if it passed, and the committee's role is to confirm that the bond proceeds are spent only on projects that are in the bond project list that are in this resolution. We would also be required to conduct an independent performance audit and an annual independent financial audit of bond proceeds, and I am familiar with both of these requirements. And then annually, we would have to provide a report to the board showing what we've received and how we've expended, and an update to the board on the status of the projects. So board action and timeline. The action being contemplated tonight, just for your review, is a 2/3 vote, which means that 4 of the 5 board members would have to vote yes for this to go on the ballot. The table at the right shows the key dates. So tonight is the first reading. Adoption is scheduled for the June 17th meeting, and if adopted, the resolution must be filed with the registrar by August 7th. If approved, if the measure is passed, then the Citizens Oversight Committee would have to be seated within 60 days. Yep, it's not going to the next slide. Oh, I did have one more. So this concludes my presentation of the resolution. I'd like to turn it over to Meredith Johnson, who will walk you more specifically through the resolution, make sure that you fully understand what's in there. And there's also our advisors. If there's any specific questions from our advisors that you might have, Shin Green and Joy are here as well. Thank you.
Meredith, before you start, just one point of information. On this slide, it lists June 24th as the board adoption of the resolution. That meeting is, in fact, June 17th, which is what she said. Go ahead, Meredith. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, President Glazer, members of the board, Superintendent Obeck. Yvonne, I think you covered everything. I don't know what there is left for me to say. That was a very thorough and excellent presentation of the resolution. I will point you to the specific items so that when you are reviewing and if you have comments, you can provide them to superintendent. You'll notice that the resolution starts off with a lot of paragraphs that start with the
Meredith,
word-
can I interrupt you for a minute?
Yes.
Would you like us to project the resolution?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
There we are. So those funny paragraphs that start with whereas that look quite lawyerly, and I apologize for that. Those paragraphs are actually drafted by Joy, and they're intended to really tell the story of the measure. Why is this measure on the ballot? What are the needs that Carmel Unified has that requires the voters to approve a bond measure? A little bit about the district schools, a little bit about the accountability requirements of the measure. And it's intended for anyone who is looking at this resolution to understand the purpose of the resolution. So please feel free to read through those and give us your feedback if you have thoughts on things that can be added or changed or improved. The first 5 or so pages of the resolution is really kind of the boilerplate language that is required for a school district to call a Proposition 39 bond measure. As Yvonne mentioned, it describes the accountability requirements that must be included in a Prop 39 measure in order for it to have that lower 55% voter approval threshold. Alternatively, there's a method that we can put a measure on the ballot that will require 2/3 of the votes. It's a much harder threshold to reach. So we would happily trade those accountability measures for that 55% voter threshold. And then it also requests that Monterey County call the election for you and carry out all of the procedures to send out the ballots and collect the votes and to tabulate them on your behalf. So there's not very much, as Joy mentioned, discretion in the first 5 pages. There's legal requirements and statutes that are cited. But once we can scroll further down, where the measure really becomes yours, where it really represents what Carmel Unified wants the voters to understand and wants the voters to vote on, is in Exhibit A. Move to Exhibit A. Yvonne has shown you the 75-word ballot statement. You can keep going. And this, you notice it has a question on the end. That's because this is the question that appears on the ballot when voters go to vote. And as Yvonne mentioned, there are lots of requirements for this language. A lot of the things you see in there, the dollar amounts, are required. We have to tell voters the rate of the tax that may be imposed. We have to tell them it's written as the revenue to be raised annually. That's the 17.7 million. It's actually how much taxes will be collected on an annual basis. And then we have to tell them for how long will the tax levy be imposed in order to pay back the bonds. And we say here, which is really kind of the most honest answer, while bonds are outstanding. So as long as there are bonds outstanding, there will be a tax levy to support the payment of those bonds. So if you have any thoughts or questions on the ballot label, we call it, please feel free to provide those as well to the superintendent. Just one more thing I'll point out about the ballot label. This is really a summary of the full measure, which we'll get to at Exhibit B. So we can't include all of the provisions, but we try and give a high-level overview so that when voters are casting their ballot, they have kind of a general sense of the purposes. When we go to Exhibit B, that is the full text of the measure. And this entire Exhibit B will be printed in the sample ballot that goes home to voters. So we repeat here those whereas clauses from the beginning of the resolution. We put them here as key findings so that voters can again understand the needs of the district and the reasons for the measure and why it's on the ballot. And then we move on to a description of the accountability measures. Again, as Yvonne mentioned, the Citizens Oversight Committee, which will review expenditures. There's 2 audits that are required annually of the bond program, and there's that annual report to the board. There is one more accountability requirement, and that is the bond project list. And this may actually be the most important part of the measure. And the reason for that is that part of Prop 39 is that when the voters decide how they want to vote on this measure, they get to review the projects on which you'll spend the proceeds of the measure before they vote. So what that means is that when you go, assuming you decide to call the measure, assuming the measure passes, if and when you go to spend those bond proceeds, you can only spend them for projects that are listed on this list. So this list kind of lives for the life of the measure. So it's important here that we put on it all the things that you potentially might need to spend bond proceeds for. And this list was developed using your master plan with those updates. And it incorporates all of the elements from those two capital improvement lists. Going through this slowly to see if there are things that catch your eye. And if you want to take a look and provide any feedback again, we have time before the measure is actually considered later in June. And then we move along to the last part of the resolution, which is Exhibit C. And Yvonne provided you with all of the data that is on Exhibit C. Exhibit C is the tax rate statement. That is also printed in a sample ballot, and it's intended to provide voters with some information about the costs of the measure and the ramifications of a yes vote. What are the tax implications if this measure is approved? And you can see in paragraph 1, we provide the average annual tax rate, which is $36 per 100,000 of assessed value. And the last sentence of paragraph 1 provides the final fiscal year it's estimated upon which that tax will be levied, and it's 2053-54. Paragraph 2 provides the highest tax rate. You will note that it is the same as the average annual tax rate, again, $36, and occurring in fiscal year 2033-34. I just will also want to mention, and I think both Yvonne and Joy mentioned this, these numbers are estimates. We're using projections of where we think assessed value will go in the future based on the assessed value movement in the past, and projecting out where the tax levy will be. You're not held to this. It is possible, of course, to issue bonds to stay within these confines, but these are estimates. For number 3, really, I think is where the estimate comes into play. So that number, 482 million, that's an estimate of the total amount of principal and interest that would be required to be paid if all the bonds are issued. That, of course, when you estimate that number, we're using estimates of where we think interest rates on bonds will go in the future, and of course, that's hard to do. And that is the conclusion of the resolution. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Anything else from staff in the presentation? Were there any requests for public comment on this item?
Not at this time.
Okay. Hearing none, we'll go to board discussion. And I will start. So one of my comments is on this it's the absolute last paragraph of Exhibit C. It's like kind of an essential element of the resolution that rounds up what our obligation is and what our commitment is. And I think this is the most appropriately worded explanation in my understanding of what it is that we are trying to accomplish. So it takes rolling down here to get to the point, essentially of what it is that we're understanding of how we're understanding the resolution and its total meaning. So as presented, I would be prepared to move this forward. Sure.
So we have, this was thought to be for a different item, but we do actually have a public comment on this item.
Oh, apologies. Okay. Sorry about that, Evelyn. Ms. Ditzer.
Hello. My name is Evelyn Dintzer. I am a parent of 4. I have 2 kids that have graduated and went through CUSD, and I have 2 that are currently in River School. So before I begin, I want to thank the staff at River School, from the front office to the classroom teachers to the specialists who work with our children every day. They are the reason families continue to believe in our schools. So this comment is not about them. It is about the leadership, priorities, and accountability. So tonight you're talking about taking the next step toward asking this community to trust you with a $250 million bond. But before voters decide whether to trust you with $250 million, they should ask a simple question: why? Over the last several years, district revenues have increased dramatically. Spending has increased dramatically, yet enrollment has declined quite a bit. Despite serving fewer students, staffing costs continue to rise. At the same time, the district has expanded administrative costs while increasing the reliance on outside consultants and other professional services. If you are paying for a growing administration, why are we also paying so much for outside expertise? And while spending has increased, so have the controversies. We've seen federal civil rights violations. We've seen sexual harassment allegations, lawsuits, discrimination lawsuits, retaliation and whistleblower lawsuits, student safety concerns, Brown Act litigation, superintendent controversy, superintendent payouts, investigation, and an ongoing erosion of public trust. These controversies span multiple years, yet many of the same decision makers remain, and taxpayers are now being asked to believe that this time will be different. At some point, these issues can no longer be dismissed as isolated incidents or blamed on past administrators. At some point, taxpayers have to ask whether these are isolated incidents or symptoms of deeper problems with leadership, priorities, and accountability. And what are parents seeing in return? My son's 4th grade classroom started with 26 students this school year. Requests to add another classroom were shut down immediately. Foreign language programs are being reduced at middle and high school. And district likes to remind us that Carmel is a wealthy basic aid district. The numbers support that. Carmel appears to spend roughly $42,000 per student, among the highest levels in the entire state of California. Now, the district-owned budget year after year says we can afford anything but not everything. If that's true, then why do parents see larger classes, reduced programs, growing administrative costs, increasing consultant spending, and now a bond that could cost taxpayers nearly $500 million? And on top of it, supposedly, our buildings are falling apart. So what are the priorities? The issue isn't whether facilities need maintenance. The issue is whether this board and this administration have earned the public's trust to oversee a project this size. The district has even hired consultants to poll voters and determine.
Please conclude your comment. Your 3 minutes
Okay.
has expired.
Okay,
Thank
can
you.
I finish, please?
How much time do you need?
I just have this much left. So the district has even hired consultants to poll voters and determine which messages would be most persuasive in selling this bond. Parents are still waiting for the same level of attention to be given to concerns about classrooms, spending priorities, and accountability. The district seems increasingly focused on managing perceptions and seems increasingly focused on facilities, consultants, and messaging. Parents are focused on outcomes. Parents are focused on what's going on inside the classrooms. And right now, the classroom experience does not justify the spending, the controversies, or the request for another $250 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Were there any other comments intended for this agenda item? Okay, hearing none, we'll move back to board discussion. And that concluded my comment. I'll move on to Jason.
I'm glad to see that there was overwhelming support through the community, and not surprising. Things have changed and we're moving in the right direction. Just adopting the strategic plan, I think, showed that we're adjusting the rudder to the ship to keep moving forward. I don't have any questions about this, and I'll pass it on to Jake.
Jake?
I don't know who wrote the resolution, but my question is just, when we wrote the resolution, did we connect we saw survey data, that's not in this agenda item, I understand, but did those impacts and that data impact the language within like the ballot label and other things that within this resolution.
Would you like me to take that one?
Sure.
Yes, so of course, so the resolution was I drafted the resolution. The 75-word ballot label came from Team Civics and Joy based on the survey results. I review it, obviously, as she mentioned, for legality. The project list was drafted from your strategic plan and the site-specific projects, but then attention was paid to the survey to make sure that we were aligning the projects with the items in the survey that voters would like to see, because as I mentioned, they get to review the project list and will decide if they think that you should spend the money for those projects. So yes, every intention was given to make sure that the measure we're creating is a measure that voters will look at as something that they see as being needed by Carmel Unified School District.
Thank you.
Sarah?
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
So just wrapping up with where we are and what it is that we're going to be discussing, the full motion will be to discuss the proposed resolution ordering a school bond election on November 3rd. And if it is decided to recommend moving forward, authorize necessary actions in connection therewith, with adoption to be considered at the June 17th, 2026 Board of Education meeting. So we are making a motion to move forward.
Point of order, because I think
yes.
there's already a motion on the floor.
Yeah, there is a motion on the floor. I'm just restating it to make sure we understand very clearly what it is that we're voting on, because we moved to bring the discussion forward, but there's also a second portion of the motion, which is that if we move forward, that there will be, we're authorizing necessary action related to this coming back to us, giving direction to come back to us on June 17th. So to make sure that we are fully in understanding about what we're voting for.
Is it two separate motions, or are we combining these into one?
It's stated as a single item.
Okay.
It
But
could
since
be
we
taken.
didn't state it on the original motion, I think we need to state it completely.
Yeah.
Do we want to
Do I need
give
to
Juliet a
redo
chance
the
to?
motion? Do you want me to redo it?
Well, the motion on the table is around item 1, which is to discuss the proposed resolution ordering a school bond election on November 3rd, and we could call the vote there and then do a subsequent motion for the recommending moving forward and authorizing the necessary action.
Okay, and the
To-
student rep
to-
still has time too.
What was that?
Student rep still has time.
Yes,
discussion.
absolutely. Yeah, no, I was just making sure that we were clear. And then, I guess, given the public comment on this item, we are asking the community to believe in us. We're asking the community to take a look at the success in the classroom that we are experiencing. We're asking the community to look at the continuity of leadership that we've had over the last 2.5 years under the superintendent. The adoption of a governance handbook for us as a board, the adoption of a strategic plan that is being implemented across the district, the success in our test score results, the success in the student surveys, and that this is no small ask of our community to put faith not just in us as a board, but in each other as a community, saying we are actually committed to student outcomes. We are committed to improving the facilities that are necessary. And again, it's the great course correction after 21 years without passing a bond. So I'm looking at you, my fellow board members, to say it's a moment for us to stand in our position of leadership, that we were elected by the public to represent the public to this end. So when we consider this second element of this motion around moving forward and to get to a place of decision for the next board meeting at June 17th, that we look at the full picture of what we're being asked to do and what we're standing on. Okay, so I would go to Julie. Go ahead.
Sorry,
Do you have something?
If we're since we're breaking these up into two motions.
Yeah, I would give Juliet a chance to comment, and then
On the first, and then move on to the
and then we'll
second.
move on to
Okay.
the second.
Clear, thank you.
Okay, Juliet.
I don't have any questions, but thank you so much for all your work and for the extensive work and all of the wording and everything that you've been getting down so that we can be in a place that we're able to either move this along or whatever happens with it. Thank you.
Thank you. So the first question before us is around the discussion of the proposed resolution ordering a school bond election on November 3rd, 2026. The discussion is largely completed at this point, but we will move it to the next board meeting in which we will get more information. Am I understanding that correctly?
You are having this conversation, evaluating the actual interest, and you're giving direction to staff to come back or not come back with a final resolution for adoption.
Right, yeah, so it really is a singular item.
Yeah.
It's a singular interest. So, and so what we're saying,
To restate the motion. How about I restate?
yeah, go ahead and restate it. Yeah.
I move to approve the proposed resolution ordering a school bond election on November 3rd, 2026, and recommending moving forward that the Board of Education authorizes necessary actions in connection therewith the adoption to be considered at the June 17th, 2026 Board of Education meeting.
We're not going to approve the resolution at this moment, so just remove that word, and your motion would be stated
Did I
properly.
add that word myself? Oh,
Yeah, you
no,
said-
it's here. It's here in the motion.
That talks about discussing it.
Yeah,
So
it's
we
about-
just discussed it, but we're not approving this specific motion.
Correct.
So
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're actually just gonna, because we brought the discussion forward, and it's
Okay.
important that we get this right. And Meredith, if you have any advice for us to make sure we properly adopt the motion to move forward to the next board meeting, we want to make sure that this is clearly stated and that it is agreeable and that we're above board with how we do this while you're here.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think the motion that you're looking for is make a motion to move the resolution forward to the next board meeting for approval.
Yes, and authorize the necessary actions in connection there with its adoption. Okay. Given how that motion was stated, is there someone that would adopt that motion?
I'll propose that motion to move this to the next meeting and authorize any necessary actions in connection therewithin with the adoption to be considered at the June 17th, 2026 Board of Education meeting.
Second.
Any further discussion? And we'll call the question.
Board President Matt Glazier,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Jake Odello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Thank you. It's important for us to get that right. The originally stated 4G was removed, so agenda item 4G, approval of amendment to employment agreement for district superintendent with me, board president. This item is to approve an amendment to the employment agreement with the superintendent. The term of the contract is extended to June 30th, 2029. The compensation continues to reflect the same annual 2.5% increase consistent with the adjustment that other management administration employees receive. For the 2027-28 school year, this amount is $314,587, and for the 2028-2029 school year, it is $322,452.
I will go ahead and enter a motion.
I'll second.
Well,
Thank
I move to approve the amendment of the employment agreement with the superintendent as presented.
I'll second that too.
Thank you. Were there any requests for public comment on this item?
Not at this time.
Sure. What's your? Yeah. You'd come to the dais and state your name. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
This has a little something else to do, so I might be back up here. My name is Sonia. Shame on the board, Sharon Ofek and Craig Chavez, that parents have spent their time on the last week of school pleading for a safe classroom. Many of these parents have spent the day volunteering at class parties, attending a graduation, or working the graduation for the benefit of their children, and that should be the role of the parent. Sharon Ofek has let an issue that should have been dealt with on a private level become completely blown out of proportion. This should have never hit the parent level. Did Craig Chavez really think that after this teacher took a year off at River, no parent would question why? Did they not think the internet doesn't reach Carmel Valley? Sharon and Craig have failed the children, parents, and this teacher. Aren't those the groups the entire reason they have this job? Aren't they hired for them? If not, then who? The teacher has clearly experienced personal strife, and it is played out on a very public stage. While he was unfit to be in the classroom, he is even more unfit to be in the classroom after having his life problems projected on the internet. This teacher has targeted children, the entire reason he has a career. Sharon knowingly was going to allow this teacher to be in a classroom with the door closed. She knowingly put our children in a completely unsafe classroom. And in fact, even if this teacher was never to step foot on campus, you knowingly put all of our children in danger, and I want that on the record. You do not allow someone to be smeared and then expect no consequences, because I have been literally forced to speak in public on live stream. If my child is placed in that classroom, my husband and I will have to reconsider our child's placement at Tularcitos. You are accountable to the parents, and you have absolutely failed them. If he is not fit at River, he is not fit at Tular. You have slapped every parent at Tularcitos completely in the face. You should not be employed any longer. Every single member of this board, I will absolutely remember this when I vote next time, if you decide to go up for re-election, and I will tell every single person I know if Sharon continues to be employed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other comments on agenda item 4G, the approval of amendment to employment agreement for the district superintendent? No, this is about as stated, the agenda item is the approval of an amendment to an employment agreement. Okay, hearing no other requests for public comment, move to board discussion. Starting with Jake.
I have no further questions or comments.
Sarah?
I have no comments. Thank you.
This was a correction related to the original agreement that, yeah, it's just, so it's an amendment. This action is an amendment to an agreement, and it's just a timing correction that extends your time. Not even? Okay.
Just an amendment as stated in the contract.
Okay, it's just an amendment as stated in the contract. Well, with that, I have no other questions either.
I have no questions or comments.
Okay. Now we'll call for a vote.
Board President Matt Glacier,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Jake Odello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Romanzi.
Yes.
Okay, we're moving on to agenda item 5. The following items are presented to the governing board as items for information purposes only. These items do not require board discussion or action. Agenda item 5A, the calendar of board items. And agenda item 5B, the Monterey County Treasurer's Report. Were there any requests for public comments on the information items?
No, not at this time.
Hearing none, we'll move on to agenda item 6, public comment on non-agendized items. Thank you. Public comment on non-agendized items. Member of the public may address the board regarding items or topics within the board's jurisdiction that are not on the agenda at this time. We start with number 1, Aaron Adams.
Good evening. My name is Erin Adams. I have 6 kids in the Carmel Unified School District, including 2 who are currently attending Tularcitos. I'm here with a group of concerned parents from Tularcitos and representing many more who are unable to attend, dozens of whom are watching the live stream currently, echoing our concerns that we share with you tonight. I want to begin by thanking every member of the board for choosing to take on this very challenging and important work. Thank you. The California School Board of Association informs us of 5 major responsibilities for every school board. There are 2 that I want to talk about tonight. You are charged with the task of ensuring that the district is held accountable for their personnel decisions, their curriculum programming, and their fiscal choices. And you are responsible for providing community leadership as advocates for our children. You hold significant power, being that you are the supervisors of our superintendent. Considering these responsibilities, we ask you to respond with urgency and care to our concerns about a potential teacher placement involving a tenured teacher in our district who was charged with 2 felony counts involving harmed children just last year. I have been able to ask Bill Schreier about the teachers union's involvement in this possible placement, and according to my understanding, he has informed me that the association has reported a widespread concern to the district and that the association has no role in the decision-making for placement, but rather that is in the hands of the site administrator and the district. We have met with our site administrator, Ryan Peterson. We've met with Chief HR Officer Craig Chavez. I've had a phone meeting with Superintendent Sharon Ofek. We've delivered a letter of concern, a signed petition, and a packet of court documents found on public record to all 3 parties. We have documents for the board this evening. If I can ask if we can share those with you, and then I'm gonna pass to the next person. Thank you for hearing us.
Thank you. Number 2, Bryony, thank you. Sorry, I couldn't quite read it. Bryony Landry.
It's okay, I can barely say my own name. My name is Bryony Landry. I have 2 children currently attending Tularcitos. I want to begin by acknowledging that everyone in this room shares the same goal: safe, thriving schools and positive outcomes for children. This is not about hostility toward any individual. It is not about denying anyone dignity or due process. It is about the trust that exists between parents and the district. Every morning, we send our children to school with the expectation that the adults responsible for them have demonstrated sound judgment and can provide a safe and secure learning environment. When parents learn that an individual with recent criminal conduct involving threats to commit crime resulting in death and false imprisonment may be placed in direct contact with young children, that trust is shaken. Public records indicate a history of violent, racist, and misogynistic behaviors while under the influence of alcohol. We humbly suggest that healing and rehabilitation deserves time and space. We are asking the district to hear that concern, recognize it as reasonable, and work with families to restore confidence. The issue before us is not whether a person deserves compassion. The issue is whether elementary school children should bear the risk when alternative solutions exist. We respectfully ask the district to put students' safety and parents' trust first. No one is asking the district to terminate anyone tonight. No one is asking the board to disregard legal rights or due process. What parents are asking for is a reasonable and balanced solution. If the district believes this employee should remain employed while additional review occurs, then place him in a position that does not involve direct interaction with children. There are administrative and non-student facing roles that would allow the district to honor its obligations to employees while also honoring its obligations to students and families. This approach protects everyone. It protects children. It protects the district. It protects parent confidence. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 3, Jackie Dean.
Thank you. Good evening, and we really do appreciate the time that you're providing us to hear our expressed concerns. Not only are we here today in person, but we have about 36 people streaming in, and we have 320 signatures on the petition that is before you. Those signatures come from informed and concerned parents and also community members. So when you hear the messaging that I'm about to relay, it sounds very similar to Aaron and Bryony's. It's because it needs to be heard as much as it needs to be heard. I am the mother of 2 children who are currently attending Tularcitos Elementary School. I'm also a former elementary school teacher, and I'm currently in education and a children's attorney. Because of these experiences, I have tremendous respect for the district, for educators, and for the systems and procedures that are currently in place to protect children and maintain safe schools. As a lawyer, I'd like to point out that we have a constitution in the state of California. And it's important to note that California Constitution Article 1, Section 28 recognizes the right of students and staff to attend schools that are safe, secure, and peaceful. For parents, that is not merely aspirational, it is a fundamental expectation and an inalienable right. Parents place enormous trust in our schools every day. We trust teachers not only to educate our children, but to provide an environment where they are safe, supported, and able to learn. When parents learn that an individual with a persistent history of public disorderly conduct, an obstruction of justice, and most recently a criminal conviction arising from conduct at a public library involving threats and false imprisonment of children, our trust is understandably shaken. This concern is not about punishing an individual. It's not about denying anyone dignity, compassion, or due process. Rather, it is about exercising sound judgment and placing student safety and parent confidence at the forefront of decision making with the district. Credential status and tenure alone should not be the only determining factors for fitness of an individual to teach and have access to children. The district absolutely has the discretion to appropriately assign an employee's placement. Tonight, we urge the board and district leadership to pursue the path that best protects students, preserves parent trust, and minimizes legal risk to the district. We respectfully request that district leadership reevaluate this potential placement, conduct a comprehensive safety review, and assign this employee to a non-student-facing administrative role if necessary. Our shared goal is simple and one of common sense: to ensure that every child who walks onto a Carmel Unified campus can do so in an environment that is truly safe, secure, and peaceful. And to that end, the teachers deserve a safe environment to work and to also be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 4, Steve Rigwan? Apologies.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for hearing everyone out. I want to thank Tular. I'm a father of 3. I have 2 kids at Tular, one small girl who will be at Tular when she can walk. Thank you, Mr. Peterson, for everything you've given us, and we appreciate what the teachers do around the community, not at Tular, but the entire Carmel Unified School District. In my career, in medicine, in my past career in the Air Force, we use the Swiss cheese model and in preventing errors from happening. And I think that's an extremely important model in any career or in any type of organization where an error can lead to a catastrophe. And I see from everything I've already read about this teacher and learned about this teacher that the Swiss cheese model is completely applying to him right now. And we have missed many opportunities, and there are many holes in our defenses. And I worry that whether it's pawning it off onto another school or another county or you name it, it's time and time again I've seen this model fail, and a disaster will eventually occur. It seems that it may have already occurred, just maybe not on campus. And the next step I worry about is that will happen on a campus, and that's why I'm speaking tonight. I too sit on boards just like you guys, and I appreciate your time for being here. And I'll just conclude with, final thing of what eventually happens. But accidents usually result from multiple small failures lining up, not just one person's mistakes. We've seen these small failures already happening with this individual. Let's not make it a big mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 5, Nora Ward. Sure. Lee? Number 6, Lee Canberra.
We feared this. Good evening. My name is Lee Canberra. I'm a teacher at Carmel High, as well as one of the cheerleading coaches. I thought I'd take this opportunity to give a bit of history of the cheer program at Carmel, since there seems to be interest after the very vibrant presentation by the middle school team at the May board meeting. I started my coaching career in 1998 at Palo Alto High School. I was hired to coach a team of 8 cheerleaders. I was hired as the varsity coach in a school district that had very clear coaching stipends for every sport. Even in 1998, cheerleading was treated as a sport in Palo Alto. The cheer coach was paid for the fall season, the winter season, and the spring season because traditionally cheerleading tryouts occur in the spring, and then the team attends camp in the summer. I grew that team to over 50 cheerleaders. The school district allowed me to hire a JV coach when the numbers showed the need, and that person was paid at the same JV coaching stipend as all the other sports. I eventually started coaching at Carmel High, but you can imagine my surprise to find that cheerleading was viewed as a sport here, but the cheerleading coach was called an advisor and was paid half of all the other varsity coaches. I eventually built that program to also have a JV team, and I had to coach both teams myself because I was never given the opportunity to have a paid JV coach or even a JV advisor. I had former cheerleaders help me coach, and I gave her half of my measly little 5% stipend, while all the varsity coaches got 10% per season, JV coaches got 8%, and the varsity assistants got 7%. So here I was coaching football season, basketball season. We were going to competitions. We went to Orlando for nationals. We went to Las Vegas to compete. We also went to Anaheim for USA Nationals. Eventually, a principal decided cheerleading was no longer going to be considered a sport here and took it away from the athletic department. I was not getting much support from the other schools in MTAL at the time, and a lot of restrictions were being put on cheerleading. I eventually decided it was too much. I wasn't getting paid very much. I was putting in a ton of time, and it was just getting harder and harder, so I decided to put my energy elsewhere. I then watched every year as the Carmel High team had fewer and fewer cheerleaders until we were down to 5 just a few years ago. It was at that time that the principal got put on leave. The superintendent at that time went to Golden and asked him to take cheerleading back into the athletic department so that there was one less thing for the remaining administrators to have to worry about. I then went to Golden and said, hey, I'd love to work with you to bring cheerleading back. He said great and willingly put forward funds to make sure that they would have uniforms and any other things that they needed to help build up the program. We worked together to find a coach, and I took the remaining cheerleaders to CMS that year to just garner up some enthusiasm, and that worked. A bunch of incoming freshmen joined the team. We found a coach, and we had a pretty good first year. CIF, now that I've come back to this, has designated cheerleading as a sport, but we haven't figured out the clear path for what that looks like here in Carmel. CIF left it intentionally vague so schools could adapt what works best for their schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Nora? Number 5, Nora Ward.
Okay, hi, my name is Nora Ward. I'm a teacher at Carmel High, and I coach cheerleading with Lee. What people may not realize about cheerleading is, while it is a sport, unlike other sports, we must coordinate with numerous other organizations on campus. We have to develop a relationship with and coordinate with the band director, the football coach, and the dance team. We work with ASB on spirit activities, rallies, and numerous other events. It is a lot, yet we are paid less than the other coaches. The previous coach was given an advisor stipend for the fall season and a varsity coaching stipend for the winter season since they went to a competition. She ended up resigning at the start of her second season. Lee and I stepped in to maintain continuity for the team. Eventually, we both applied for the position that was posted as a singular assignment. However, we both told the interview committee that we could not do this solo. This is at least a 2-person job just for coaching a varsity team. Cheer should have a varsity head coach and a varsity assistant coach like every other sport, and paid the same compensation as every other varsity sport. We are currently not being paid this way, as we are splitting a stipend. We just completed our second year. We cheered at football games and basketball games. We performed at rallies. We put together a competition team that ended up competing in Las Vegas, taking second place in one of our categories. After not having a competitive team since the last time Lee coached in 2016, it was an exciting and satisfying accomplishment for the whole team. We performed at a UCLA game at the Rose Bowl, and we regularly engage with the community by hosting kids' cheerleading camps. We go to local camps and have prioritized building up competition cheerleading in this county by connecting with other high school teams. This was my first year coaching competitive cheer, and I am blown away by the amount of work that goes into building a team and a routine capable of winning competitions. Final competitions might not start until January, but the strenuous work starts in August. If it didn't, there would be no way a team would be ready to compete. Because stipends have to be negotiated with ACT, they have not been updated in many years. There are stipends in the contract for things that we haven't done in 15 years, and there are things that we are doing now that are not on that stipend list, including flag football and robotics at CHS and cheerleading at CMS. For cheerleading, we need to be paid as coaches like every other sport. We need a varsity head coach stipend, a varsity assistant coach stipend, and a JV coach stipend. We didn't have a JV team last year because there wasn't a stipend for it. With the abundance of interest in cheer, we have proven the need for a separate JV team, and we did finally get a JV position posted a few weeks ago, but that isn't enough. For this to continue, we need to have set coaching expectations in place. We need to treat cheer as something that is supported in CUSD. Cheerleading is a predominantly female sport. At Carmel High, it has been predominantly a Latina sport. We need to fix the stipend list, and we need to give cheerleading the coaching that it deserves. When you don't have quality coaching, you end up with a program barely hanging on with only 5 cheerleaders, as in the past. If that's who we want to be, then we can let it go in that direction. But with the momentum from the middle school, the excitement at the last board meeting, and the anticipation for Friday night games, we have shown there is growing excitement around the need for a consistent cheerleading program at Carmel High. But we adults need to be treated and paid like all the other coaches. And I would like to, one last thing. I know Lee doesn't have a lot of years left in her. I've got at least 12, and I'd like to keep doing this for at least 12 more years, but not at the current rate. So, thank you.
Thank you, Nora. That concludes the list of requests for public comment.
Can you speak if you didn't have a request?
If you'd like to, you have 3 minutes. And please state your name.
All right, it's regarding this teacher, Tular's, thinking about hiring. I also have a daughter there. She will be in 4th grade next year. And I've Googled this guy. I don't know him, but he's not convicted. He's accused. And if he's just accused, he was probably fired from River when this whole thing was going down. And if he was a convicted felon, he would lose his teaching credentials. He couldn't teach. So if he's not convicted, I think this whole thing about him being accused should be just thrown away. I trust the system. If he was what everybody accused him of doing, he wouldn't be able to teach. So hire the guy, don't hire the guy, but I don't think him being accused should factor into the whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other requests for public comment? Hearing none, we'll move on to agenda item 8, board committee reports. These are routine. Am I right? Yeah,
No,
good.
you're good.
Oh, you're good.
I don't have it.
Okay. These are routine committee updates from the CUSD Board of Education, board representatives for Community Human Services, Mission Trails Regional Occupation Executive Board, and the Monterey County School Board Association Executive Council Legislative Representative Liaison. We will start with the Mission Trails Regional Occupation Executive Board Representative Jake Odello.
The last event we went to and was a part of, we reported on that in the last board meeting, and I have no further updates. And they have a meeting this week, but we will not be there because we will be at the Carmel Middle School promotion. And Sharon is doing an excellent job communicating with the board staff over there to try to make sure they stop coordinating our meetings during the CMS promotion.
Thank you. Next, do we have anybody with Community Human Services as an alternate? No. Rita is out today, and so she's also our liaison, Executive Council Legislative Representative Liaison in the Monterey County School Board Association. So we will yield that report until next time. Okay, moving on to agenda item 9, closed session. Before adjourning to closed session, the board will identify the closed session items and provide an opportunity for public comment on the items. Agenda item 9A, conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code 54956.8, property 46495 Highway 1 Big Sur, County of Monterey, APN 159021008, agency negotiator, superintendent. Oh, there 000, those who know APNs.
I don't know if it's like legal. I don't know. I just.
Thank you for that.
I didn't know.
Yes, there's always zeros. It's a placeholder. Agency negotiator, superintendent, chief business official, chief operations officer, Jessica K. Johnson, Dennis Walver, and Kelly. Negotiating parties, Carmel Unified School District and Fernwood Resort, LLC. Under negotiation, price and terms of payment. Agenda item 9B, public employee discipline dismissal release pursuant to Government Code 54957, subdivision B1. Were there any requests for public comment?
None at this time.
Okay, hearing none, the board will now adjourn into closed session at 8:22 p.m. Thank you. Coming out of closed session, the board reports the following. For item 9A, the board met with legal counsel and provided direction on potential price and terms of payment regarding the property referenced on the agenda. For item 9B, the board met with legal counsel and district staff and provided direction. I adjourn this meeting at 10:27 p.m.